各位朋友，大家早安！欢迎线上收看 DAY1 数位商务大趋势国际会谈，我是主持人陈永康。疫情加速了人们朝着虚拟世界移动，科技的改变，我们的工作方式也变得不一样。像今天，我在这个虚拟的舞台上面，依旧可以跟您近距离的互动，不受到空间距离的限制。包括了金融、购物、医疗、展览、教育，很多的领域都在改变沟通的样貌。人类从一个外向的世界转为内向的世界，我们的工作可能面对的是一台电视、一台摄影机，而全面的数位化带来的是方便，也让我们更加珍惜人与人的相处的机会。因为您真实的掌声才是对于主办单位最大的鼓励，所以来吧，我们隔空按个赞。2021 DAY1 主题是数位新商模，关键下一步 Reinventing Your New Business Model。此刻我们正处在一个新冠经济的时代，各式各样的新的经济形态以及供应链陆续的出现，各种创新的商业模式不断的挑战市场。希望透过 DAY1 来帮助台湾各个产业洞察数位经济的发展跟现况，找到转型的契机。今年我们一共邀请到来自于10个国家，超过25位的顶尖专家，跟您分享包括了未来金融、5G 应用、数位创新、虚实整合这4大议题，希望能够为您勾勒出全球数位生态系的精彩。2021 DAY1 在经济部、国际贸易局以及外贸协会这7年来的持续支持、精心的规划之下，它不仅仅是一个秀，更代表着全世界数位经济的演进，也代表着未来数位生活的样貌。我们邀请您在9月16到17这2天，跟着 DATE 的脚步，一起来共度2天的线上学习飨宴。今天活动的开始，首先邀请到的是经济部国际贸易局的姜文若局长为我们致欢迎词。
外贸协会黄董事长、各位讲师，还有今天在线上的朋友们，大家好。首先，我代表国际贸易局欢迎各位参加台湾数位商务领域年度的盛会。DATE 国际会谈活动已经进入了第7年。今年的论坛因为疫情的关系，所以改用线上的方式办理。这个是在当初我们办理活动之前是难以想象的。如今台湾已经随着国际潮流进入了数位时代，疫情也加速全球数位转型的步伐，带来更多的机会以及挑战。特别是我们今年的论坛活动特别的有意义。疫情在这2年来重创全球的经济，那如果我们跟其他的国家来比的话，其实我们的出口在去年逆势成长，高达4.9%，超过了3000亿美金。而且呢，到今年8月份，我们的出口已经连续14个月的正成长，出口额也创下历史新高。这个是归功于我们全国上下团结，防疫得宜，才能够使生产活动能够正常的进行。那政府跟产业近年也积极的投入在数位转型，这是让台湾能够在这一波的疫情中快速反应，减少冲击的很重要的因素。贸易局为了帮助业者掌握数位时代下的全球商机，还有参与全球市场，我们已经把协助业者数位转型当作最重要的政策之一，而且我们不断的在思考如何帮助业者运用最新的数位行销科技来拓销海外市场。那么受到疫情的影响，远距商务呢已经成为我们生活的一部分，不但呢让数位行销工具的使用更加普及，各种创新的商业模式也不断的推陈出新。我们必须要加速数位转型，才能够跟得上这波贸易的新浪潮。为了帮助国内业者掌握数位时代下的全球商机，还有参与国际的市场，贸易局推动很多的服务。例如说，我们有委托外贸协会营运台湾经贸网，这个平台就可以提供 我们的中小企业在数位转型上的各项协助。我们帮助业者建置专属的产品行路网页，媒合国外的买主，我们取得国外的商机，而且呢，也帮助产品上架国外知名的电商平台。希望大家能够多加的运用。我们推动数位的工作，不是只有在台湾而已，我们也协助业者拓展海外的电商市场。我们做了很多创新的工作。例如说，像日本的市场相当的成熟，消费者的购买力也很强，而且呢，对于网络购物的需求，每一年都在增长，所以贸易局也整合了工协会的力量，在今年的7月办理台日数位贸易系列的活动，从产业创新、科技应用，还有电商市场行销等不同的角度去探讨，而且做实战的经验分享。例如像日本的电商市场的解析、网络开店的秘诀，还有机械业如何应用网络的工具来提供远端的服务，以及数位精准行销等等。也希望透过双边政府还有民间共同的合作，来帮助业者打入日本电商的市场。另外，为了帮助我们的业者去透过电商的方式去拓销非洲这个很陌生的这个市场呢，贸易局在去年也第一次办理了台湾以及奈及利亚的数位贸易研讨会。今年8月，我们乘胜追击，办理了非洲数位贸易商机与市场进入的研讨会，来帮助我们的业者用创新还有多元的方式去拓销非洲这个广大的市场。那么对于我们很熟悉的新南向市场，贸易局呢则针对台湾跟马来西亚的中小企业，在今年也是第一次推出数位贸易能力的线上培训课程。700多位的中小企业呢，是用远距的方式来学习相关的课程，例如说网红行销、AI 社群商务、广告投放等等。而且我们是用台湾精品作为课程的实例。因为我们办理的相当成功，所以今年下半年我们会把这个课程扩到其他的新南向国家来办理。全球呢受到疫情的影响，实体的活动的进行都有很大的限制，所以加速数位转型已经是我们必须要走的路，而且这也是一个长期要推动的工作。贸易局会持续的辅导业者导入数位转型，而且我们也会持续跟贸易伙伴来强化数位合作，为我们的业者用新的商业模式开拓市场。最后，我再次感谢大家今天热情的参与，也预祝这2天的活动圆满成功，各位企业身体健康，万事如意。谢谢。
谢谢姜文若局长。接下来欢迎的是外贸协会黄志芳董事长为大家致欢迎词。
经济部国贸局各位讲师、各位贵宾、媒体朋友以及线上的各位好朋友，大家好。我谨代表外贸协会欢迎各位参与本年的2021 DATE Summit 数位商务大趋势国际会谈，共同探讨全球数位趋势跟脉动。数位转型无疑是近10年来最夯的关键字之一。去年自从疫情开始后，这已经成了一个必须而不是选项。数位转型的核心在于如何应用数位工具去创造新的商业模式，以及提供更好的顾客体验。对内则是沟通扁平化，打造可以灵活因应各种挑战的高韧性数位成熟组织。这些无不是希望企业在面临疫情海啸所带来的风险之下，仍能以正面、敏捷、创新的心态，永久而且持续的经营。贸协在4年前就开始推动数位愿景工程，透过跟多方面专家请益，以及跟异业标杆 来相互交流。现在的我们，不仅内部的行政作业流程已经趋近于全面数位化，而包含我们提供的服务，像是展览、企业产品发表会、买主拓销洽谈会、VR 线上说明会跟洽谈会、VR 论坛等，在去年疫情一发生，就迅速的采用线上办理，或是虚实并进。那另外呢，我们透过国贸局的支持，我们也加速开办了数位贸易辅导方案跟数位贸易学院，来协助中小企业适应这一波的冲击。在今年2021年，贸协更成立了我们的旗舰店数位创新中心，希望借由整合贸协国内外的能量以及跨界结盟，来提升贸协服务的品质跟水准。我们会以打造服务生态系为首要目标，我们会提供中小企业、工协会以及政府单位一站式的旗舰店服务。今天的 DATE Summit 是国贸局跟贸协共同办理的电商年度盛会。今年第7届的 DATE Summit 以数位新商模关键下一步为主题，在这个新冠经济的时代，创新的商业模式不断的在我们的日常发生，我们应该如何洞察先机，来提前布局未来的商机呢？这次我们将就未来金融、创新实验、B5G 以及虚实融合4大议题，邀请全球10国超过20位业界领航者，和您分享他们充满卓见的数位探险历程，并且分析未来的趋势，勾勒出数位生态系的样貌。今年虽然因为疫情使得我们没有办法在现场相见，但是坚强的讲师阵容所带来的演讲，以及全台首创导入3D 场景所带来的全新感官上的体验，精彩程度一定会更胜于以往。期盼今年 DATE Summit 能够为你我带来全新的思维以及启发，让我们能够以更泰然的心境面对未来的新常态日常。Let's have a nice date。虽然身处在各国的讲师今年没有办法亲临现场，但是大家可以看到我后方的荧幕，今年超强阵容的讲师都在荧幕的彼端和大家 say hi。So let's start our great day now。
首先邀请到2位重磅 VIP， 他们在各自领域成就非凡，相知相惜。今天非常难得同台线上对谈。外贸协会黄志芳董事长充满了活力，求新求变，深具个人的魅力领导者。他在贸协任职的时候，已经在组织内部启动了数项的革新，包括了组织沟通的扁平化，鼓励跨部门的协作、数位转型，而且多次率领的业界高阶主管组成了台湾国家队，到海外参与重要的经贸活动，协助台湾产业连结国际网络。金华国际酒店集团 Hsiao Hotel Group 潘思亮董事长，非常受到大家推崇的企业家，旗下拥有国际级的5星级奢华酒店台北金华酒店，以及5个不同风格的酒店品牌，经营的版图更是扩及到顶级的购物商城以及餐饮业。潘董事长他成功事业的同时，也积极的投入了教育跟传承的工作领域，分享自身对于商业趋势以及领导统御的看法。这次重磅对谈，2位企业家将会以新常态、新思维打造企业创新商业模式作为讨论的主题。在这个商业模式不断推陈出新的年代，2位先知灼见将会带给大家许多创新的思维跟进步的动力。一起来听他们精彩的对谈。
各位收看2021 DATE Summit 的线上朋友，大家好，我是外贸协会的 James。 今天啊，真的是我期待已久的一天。我跟金华酒店集团的潘思亮潘董事长，我们是老朋友啊。潘董事长呢 ，Steven 可以说是我们在经营管理上面非常值得学习的一个超级偶像。所以今天很高兴可以跟 Steven 来聊一聊我们大家所处的产业的现况，以及对于目前的 New Normal 的生活趋势之下，我们企业应该有的转型思维跟创新之道。那首先，请 Steven 跟线上的朋友打声招呼，好不好？
真的很不敢当，这是我经历过最专业的这个 Webinar。那谢谢 James 黄董给我这个机会跟大家分享。大家好。
好，谢谢 Steven。也谢谢你们担任我们这个 Day Summit 活动重磅开讲的第一讲。那我想先聊一下，就是疫情爆发以后啊，我想如果去搜寻关键字的话，有2个最热门的关键字，第一个当然是 COVID-19 啦。那第二个呢，我认为一定是数位转型，因为疫情的影响，所有的企业不论大小，不管各行各业，都必须面对数位转型这个议题，因为这个也是企业要如何能够生存下去的一个非常重要的一个议题。那当然，我们外贸协会过去2年，我们也是使尽吃奶之力哈，在这个寻求用数位转型来提供更好的服务。我知道金华酒店呢，事实上你们也是处在这一波疫情海啸第一排的重灾区。但是让人家非常 amazing 的就是，去年金华酒店呢，不但没有受到太大的冲击，而且你们还成为逆境赢家。你们可能还是全球少数这个上市的这个酒店集团里面，还是持续获利的这个逆境赢家。所以 Steven， 你可不可以跟我们线上的朋友大家分享一下你怎么在这么短的时间做到的？
其实我们也是苦主啦，我们是很惨的。那其实我觉得危机是改变最好的时机，因为在危机往往可以让大家，因为我们已经没有什么选择了，所以所有我们想要做的改变都可以在危机这个时刻，就是在去年跟今年就只好改变了。那我有跟James 时常分享，就是去年就好像开了一个新饭店一样。那去年是客房部新开，那没想到今年我们还要再开一次饭店，但是今年开的新的饭店是我们的餐饮部，所以我们这个是每年都在开新饭店。OK， 那我觉得很重要的就是说，我们很幸运的在去年第一波的这个纾困里面，除了有这个薪资补贴，保住了我们的员工的能量以外，这个培训，就是说培训的补贴，让我们做了30堂课，所以我们几乎在这个去年的培训补贴，让所有的同仁不分部门、跨部门、跨饭店一起共同学习，所以我觉得在那个时候就打下了我们做这个数位创新也好，还有各式各样的改变，打下了非常好的基础。因为共同学习的经历之后，大家不分部门或饭店或品牌，大家有点像在同一艘船一样，那接下来就打下了共同创作的基础。那其实我们的经验里面，觉得数位创新是建立在一个共同创作的基础。那共同创作的基础，其实是在建立一个，我觉得就是一个企业的文化，它是必须要不分部门，而且大家就是这个时候，不管是我们所谓的前场、后场，不管是研发、制造，就是说 就是师傅也好，或者是营运，或者是行销，或者是管理团队，这个时候就要完全大家要斜杠，完全不分彼此。所以我觉得很重要的就是透过共同学习，做到共同创作，然后做到共好。对，那这个我觉得。其实改变的时候，大家会怕说改变、创新会不会失败？那我觉得我就给大家一个很简单的 mindset， 就是 think big but start small。所以我们不要去一下子就是做很大的改变，因为真正的改变应该是一步一脚印。所以你刚要做很大的计划的时候，你先制造一个小成功就好了，小小的成功哦。像我们很多新的产品，我想在我们行业没有所谓的失败或错误，只看你是不是，因为我们的损失不会太大呀。然后尤其在数位的平台上面，你做错，你只要你分秒就可以改掉，你就可以更正了。所以下一秒就是新的，就是正确的。所以我们就是我觉得这个 think big, start small， 创造小成功是很重要的。那其实我觉得因时因地因人制宜，这个是非常关键。因为我们今天有很好的产品哦，我想台湾有非常好的各式各样的产品，我们有很好的美食。但是必须要在这个 context， 也就是说 COVID-19 是一个防疫的 context， 而且我认为未来防疫是一个新常态，不是说你只是现在做，哦，所以我们在这个防疫的新常态之下，其实你就是要让你的顾客安心，你要跟 well-being 结合，所以我们就首创了，第一，因为要零接触，所以我们首创的饭店很多得来速，然后我们也在这个首创这个餐点实名制，就是我们所有的外带里面都有标示谁制作、什么时候制作的。那我们当然开放内用以后，我们也是第一个在餐厅里面关键的公共空间，比如说餐厅也好，电梯啊。公厕都加装了紫外线的杀菌净化空气，我觉得这个未来，我想不管是在实体或者是在这个虚拟的平台上面，我们一定要把这个新常态建立起来。
哇 ，Steven 讲得太好了。其实您上一次在公开演讲的时候有提到说，这次的疫情去年的疫情让你觉得。你好像开了一家全新的酒店，然后又开了一家全新的学校一样哦。这个对我来讲是讲得太好了。那我也常常用这个来勉励我们贸协的同仁。那这个让我想到管理学之父彼得杜拉克啊，他讲到说，其实商业竞争最重要的其实不是产品的竞争，而是商业模式的竞争，这才是真正的商业竞争。那您看说这个将来这个疫情后疫情时代的这些 new normal 哈，您觉得您会觉得会有什么样的新的创新的商业模式，你会想要去追求的？因为你们去年已经做出了非常多成功的商业模式出来了，你怎么看待未来？
对，我很高兴你 call 这个彼得杜拉克，因为他是我的偶像，对。然后他也讲过，culture eats strategy for breakfast， 就是企业文化是可以把这个策略当早餐吃，也就是说企业文化的重要。
是。那
刚才James 您一直在提起有关于重新开一个饭店，还有学校，所以我们还有这个防疫，所以我们的做法是。我们把这个学习还有防疫是融入到我们的企业文化里面，也就是说每分每秒 我们都在做这件事，因为我觉得企业文化很重要的，不只是建立在企业，而是建立在我们个人下班以后，我们整个人生的一个态度，跟我们怎么样 live the new life。那我觉得这个疫情是让我们有一个很好的反省的机会，然后让我们的生活品质这是全方位的提升。那有一件很关键的，大家也都是在说，商务旅游啦，各方面会有怎么样的结构性的改变？那我想这个都跟这个产业，这就是会展的产业也会产生很大的改变。但是我要强调的就是说 ，travel 这件事。其实 我们经过世界大战100年前也有很大的 pandemic， 所以 travel 这件事是一直在扩大，一直在 expand 的。那当然里面的这个所谓的种类列别各方面可能会有所改变，但是 travel 这个市场，那我想现在的趋势就是一个 crossover hybrid。是一个你要说虚实整合也好，或者是跨整合的这个旅游世界也好，因为这个疫情证明了我们可以 live anywhere and work anywhere。也就是说，今天你在家也可以上班，你不一定要到一个办公室上班才可以上班，你在一个饭店也可以上班，在家也可以上班。那同样的，所以人类同样的在企业里面，你这个部门，你厨师也可以当网红，也可以当直播主，对，那你行销企划也可以是很棒的研发的高手，对，所以现在这个是一个去中心化、去部门化的一个 hybrid 的世界，连能源都是 hybrid 的，所以人类的潜力是无穷的，所以在观光，我要说观光是会休闲化，还有旅游会在地化的一个结构性的改变。你说未来这个跨洲际的这种 travel， 我觉得会越来越少。所以未来我看到的是 fewer trips 更少，但是会停留更久的，是更深度的。因为我现在可以，譬如说，我可以去美国，然后我可以待1-2个月，我可以在那里上班。那现在也有很多台湾子弟也回来台湾上班啊。所以我觉得所以这样子的一个结构性的改变，我觉得是一个不一样的，但是我们需要去很快的 adjust。那我们最新的品牌叫做 XREX， 所以是我们的 X 系列。那大家都知道 BMW X 系列就是一个 crossover， 4x4它就是一个跨界、跨境、跨文化的 hybrid 的 vehicle。那其实我们走到这里，我们发现，我们企业自己的 DNA， 像 Region 一开始其实不是商务饭店，一开始就是 urban resort， 它是城市休闲，因为我们比较跟美食跟精品结合在一起。商务的话，我想是要在信义计划区，它是 CBD 或香港的中环。所以我们比较是跟银座结合在一起，跟 Omotesando 结合在一起的这种营运的方式。那后来发展的精英 Just 也延续了这个我们 hybrid 的这种 DNA。那更加上的 global yet local， 就是说 既在地又全球。所以我们在疫情前就看到这个趋势 hybrid 的趋势，所以我们在2018年的时候就跟洲际合作，由他们经营所有的海外历经，所以我们可以全力深耕台湾，还有东向东北亚。那另外一个，我想，酒店是一个高地属地性的服务业，也就是说，在这栋建筑物里面，我们的营业是局限在这个实体的空间的， 虽然说我们在30年前已经突破了酒店的这个 barrier， 开始经营了历境精品，但是基本上业绩还是受限于这个实体的空间。那我们在疫情下发展出的这个 Take Region Home 也意外的带动我们转型，从实体的在中山北路的店，还有其他的我们国内外的店，变成一个无限大的数位平台。我想数位平台给我们就是 Go from limited to unlimited， 那这是一个关键。所以产品的项目也从饭店餐饮扩大到历境精品、美食。那甚至于我们的很多米其林的餐厅，我举一个例子，像我们楼下有一个米其林1星的餐厅，很棒，是 Impromptu by Pollard 这个餐厅。那当初当然不能内用，那你想想看，米其林1星的餐厅当然是非得关闭不可。那他开始做外带外送的时候，他就看上我们的 Take Region Home， 他觉得如果可以上架到我们 Take Region 后，或许也可以增加可能20%的营业额，因为它本身的客户的吸引就很大。结果它上架以后的这2个礼拜，我们帮他带来了80%的营业额。
哇，
呀。所以这个平台还有我们数位平台的 Take Region Home 的力量，也让我们看到说，接下来我们如何就是说它会我们接下来一个很重要的成长的引擎。那我们也要持续深耕，把我们的美食，然后把米其林美食还有世界级的精品。要建立一个全台湾首选的精品美食的平台，所以这方面我们也希望能跟贸协多方合作，因为我们可以变成一个虚实整合的一个平台，可以让全世界都看见。
Steven， 你刚才讲的很多，我都心里非常心有戚戚焉哈。那你讲到这个未来这个虚实整合的 hybrid 的趋势，然后 global 及 local， 那这种平台所提供的这个服务，包括你说你们的厨师现在也摇身一变变成网红哈。那我要跟你分享啊，我的公务车司机啊，一个人非常年轻，他以前当过 model， 他现在也摇身一变变成我们贸协的网红，帮台湾的电动车产业在做推销啊。那这个就是整个大环境改变所带来的这些，我觉得是很正向的变化。那我们刚才谈了很多这些未来 hybrid 的趋势，但是我想我们2个产业其实性质非常接近的啊，不论是这个观光旅游、餐饮，那我们做的是会议展览，然后国际商机媒合这些的。但我们的这个产业有一个很重要的特性，就是一定要是这个顾客体验导向，就是 customer experience， 对我们的产业是非常非常重要的。所以您怎么看未来这种虚实整合 hybrid 的趋势之下，那我们怎么样子还可以提供客户更好，甚至在虚拟平台跟数位的情况之下，还是可以提供他们能够接近真实的这种客户体验？
对，What a question！ 您其实您的 driver 让我想到，就是说我们在这个共学共创这个共好的这个过程里面，我一个最大的心愿就是让每个人发挥每个人的 potential， 大家的潜力，因为我觉得我们企业界要做的无非就是让大家更成功。所以但是我们因为受限于部门化、部门别各式各样的，反而我觉得去压抑的我们台湾这一代，我们台湾这一代这么 talented 的，不管是年轻的这一代，或是我们现在所有跟我们共事的这一代的台湾人。所以我觉得这个我最大的愿望其实就是斜杠，就是共创，让大家开始看到用潜力用人，而不是用经验来用人。 呀。那我觉得我其实不是我们集团里面有很多数位的创新都是在我们精英的饭店，还有CFA的饭店。那我们一直秉持一个信念，在一开始做这个就是利用科技的利用是让我们做更好的准备，所以等到客人来的时候，我们可以把一些比较 routine 的重复性的，或者是留给 chatbot 人工智慧 chatbot， 还是说让我们在事先做更好的准备，所以可以让我们在现场留更多的时间给我们的好朋友，给我们的客人。那这是我们早期还有现在一直的信念，也就是说，科技要让我们做到更好的个人化的服务。对，那我想最近几年一个很重要的，我举例，像我们的太鲁阁精英，他当然还是一样是在脸书，但是太鲁阁精英，他的脸书是来交朋友的。我们几乎所有我想表达的就是说，数位平台也是顾客体验的一部分。它不只是一个行销的平台，它更是一个如果有效的去经营，用心的经营，将心比心的去经营，它可以是客人到会展、到饭店之前跟之后服务的延伸，也可以是我们优势的延伸，不是纯粹就是一个行销的工具，那个是非常落伍的观念。未来的体验也要包含数位的体验哦，不管是不管是会展也好，饭店也好，哦，就是你把它当成是 after sale 的 service 也好，但是你可以做得更好，你可以交很多朋友，你可以让你的生活，让你的企业更有意义。所以它应该变成企业文化的一部分，也就是我们每分每秒呼吸的空气跟喝的水一样，就是说数位体验的这个延伸呀。
我觉得您最后这一点讲得特别好，这个数位平台啊，它不应该只是一个数位行销的工具，它应该是满足客户体验的一个非常重要的一个项目。
它是关键策略，
它是一个关键策略。那这个我就要回到您刚讲到去年你们推出 Tech Region Home， 那这个它本身也是一个数位平台，那我觉得它是很成功的，可以说是首开风气哈，然后在餐饮界变成一个标杆，所以现在有很多你们的同行也都跟着 follow suit 啊，开始这样子做，也真的帮他们在困境当中呢，真的创造了很多的业绩。但是要做这样的数位平台哈，特别是要导入用人工智慧或者用数据去洞察客户的需求，跟满足他们的客户体验，这个在数位转型上面，这个是有一定的难度的哦。所以我很好奇，就是能不能跟我们线上的观众朋友大家分享一下，你们怎么这么短的时间能够做得到？
我们有贵人相助，但是这个故事要从10几年前我们收购达美乐披萨开始。
原来如此。
Yeah， 因为达美乐披萨在10几年前，整个全球就在做所谓的数位转型，而且他重新把达美乐披萨定位成一个卖披萨的高科技企业。所以它的总部有一半的人是工程师，是写工程师的这个 engineer 呀，所以我们在达美乐吸取的，就是说经营达美乐 的经验，因为达美乐现在已经4.0了，它刚刚 launch 一个 app。那我们也是第一个在几乎10年前就已经在饭店有设立购物车，然后我们集团就是金华精英 XREX 也建立了集团的订房平台。那我们应该是世界级的，因为我们的订房平台的贡献度是从30%的订房到70%的订房，呀，所以这个是一个贡献度是世界最高的，就是我们这个集团的订房平台。所以达美乐跟集团的订房平台，那也给了我们一些很宝贵的这个经验。那当然去年这个疫情一开始的时候，那我们就是马上建立了一个外带外送的平台。只是去年疫情不是很严重，那餐厅也没有禁止内用，所以那个就摆在那里，没有什么用。那今年因为餐厅禁止内用以后，那我们这个平台因为已经存在了，所以我们才能在最短的时间做一些调整，在1个星期、1个礼拜以内就推出。加上其实去年我们刚好30周年，所以因为30周年的关系，那在这个疫情前，我们本来就规划一系列的回馈，所以我们就有规划的 CRM 跟 App 的导入。所以我觉得我们有规划，但是运气也不错，就是我们事先都已经有准备了，不然的话，您也知道，这个不可能在几个礼拜建立一个 website 的。那我倒是想跟大家分享一下，就是因为我有看很多 B2B 的网站哦，因为我们今天像冒险的网站，那我们自己的网站，我觉得有2件事是很重要的，就是在 user experience 方面，大家都是花很多力气在设计网页啦、写工程然后设计内容啦，但是我觉得视觉的设计 visual design 是一个关键，因为你可以是很好的产品，但是你照片拍的不对，文字用的不对，那可能因为在网络的世界是平等的，每个人的产品都是那个荧幕而已，所以你只有一个机会，所以你必须要做你的视觉设计必须要完美哦。那另外一个共同创作是一个关键，就是说，因为我知道台湾有很棒的高科技产品，研发工程师，对。那其实这个就有点像饭店里面，像我们有很棒的主厨团队，然后我们有很棒的外场经营行销的团队。那网络上面、数位平台上面必须要共同创作，必须要双向。哦，今天如果只是很好的产品，那就会叫好不叫座，如果没有行销来 input 来，但是如果只有光行销，没有好的产品，没有好吃的东西，那可能你卖了一次叫座，但是不会叫好，就没有续航力。所以我必须要说，这个网络数位的平台是一个以行销驱动的产品研发，哦，是一个以行销，也就是说，说搞不好我们是要先在行销要先构个图，比如说今天你要拍个照，拍这个产品的照片，比如说我们要拍一个海陆特餐的照片，这个可能要先设计好再拍。如果今天只是一盘菜端出来你就拍，绝对失败。 绝对失败；或者是一个产品端上来，你就来这边拍，绝对失败。呀，你一定要从客户行销的角度去看怎么去构图，去设计这个视觉设计，才有可能叫好又叫座，不然的话都是不会成功的。
Steven， 您太客气了，您是说你们有10几年前就有贵人哈？但是我觉得你们自己在这个过程当中的这个 input 跟这个创新哈，也是很让人家敬佩。那很多国内的业者可能没有像你们那样子有10几年前就有贵人，但是我觉得您今天的这个分享一定是可以让大家缩短他们的学习曲线哈，非常感谢。那这个您刚才提到这个数位行销，事实上它是应该是一个用行销来驱动的产品的研发跟顾客体验。那你也提到说，最基本的照片一定要拍得好。那事实上，去年疫情爆发以后啊，那我们也很感谢在经济部国贸局的支持之下，我们数位商务处就推出了数位行销专案跟我们的数位贸易学院，这些都是针对中小企业如何用数位行销，让他们在疫情期间能够继续去拓展他们的业务。那我们就有专业的摄影团队啊，到中小企业去帮他们拍各种角度的最好的照片。我们还用 AI 来帮他们把拍好的照片制作成影片，然后透过网络上面，当然还有数位社群行销的这些辅导方案，还有帮他们上电商平台，透过电商来卖东西啊。那我想精华的这个经验真的是可以让很多国内的业者来缩短他们的学习经验，而且我想 it's never too late。好，他们现在开始的话，我觉得应该是都还来得及啊。非常谢谢您的刚才的分享。
不敢当，因为数位的世界，是1个礼拜等于1天呐，一天几分钟就过了1天了，所以我们去年也是把1天当1个礼拜，1个礼拜当1个月用。
那讲到 Region， 我知道今年是 Region 成立30周年哈。那 Steven 你也提过说，在产业界每10年都会有一个大的变革。所以我最后一个问题，我想请问 Steven， 就是说，你怎么看待 Region 的未来10年？
我想未来10年势必是一个数位驱动的一个 hybrid 的世界，所以这会是常态，所以酒店业务。除了 Region、精华、精英、精全、Justly， 我们今年也有一个新的 hybrid 的品牌 XREX。那我们在台湾也会全力发展Region 跨界的业务，也就是说 Region 的豪宅跟 Region 的酒店还有 Resort。因为我们觉得我们可以把5星级的这种美食跟价值的这种管家服务引入豪宅呀。那国外发展除了透过 IHG 在全球发展 Region， 我们精华主要的策略是东进日本、东进美国，所以我觉得台湾的这种真诚又有高绩效的款待文化，我觉得是可以走出台湾的时候到了呀。那我想第二个成长引擎就是美食的发展关键，就是优化 Take Region Home， 让它变成一个世界级的精品美食的平台呀。那 again 就是把世界最好的带进台湾，那更重要的是把台湾最好的呈现给世界。那回到，其实我们就是在我们的产业里面，那回到贸协的一个大平台的大架构，其实我们就是希望能跟贸协共同推动台湾的精品美食还有款待文化给全世界。因为我觉得现在全世界看到台湾的是我们的比较硬的实力。 就是说我们在科技还有制造业的。但是我觉得台湾的软实力今天不管在公共卫生，还有我们的这种款待经营，我觉得是一个 hybrid， 不是只有单纯款待，因为款待文化那日本更强。但是如何经营，把款待文化商业化、普及化，然后精品化，那我觉得台湾企业，我觉得金华可以扮演这样的一个驱动的角色。
我非常同意 Steven 刚才讲的哈，金华希望把台湾最好的带到世界，然后把世界最好的也带进台湾。那贸协的角色事实上跟金华是一样的，我们在台湾1年办40场大型的国际展览，那有的都是世界排名第1、第2的这个大型展览。那我们1年在全世界办300多场的各式各样的活动。那个目的呢，其实也就是把台湾最好的带到全世界，也把全世界最好的邀请到台湾来。好，那这样子可以让我们的这个整体的经济跟国际结合呢蒸蒸日上。那今天非常谢谢 Steven 来参加我们 DATE Summit 的第1场的这个论坛。我觉得您今天跟我们分享的这些精彩的内容啊，一定让我们线上的朋友大家都觉得说不虚此行来参加这个论坛。好，那我们也很期待啊 ，Steven 将来能够继续参加我们的活动，能够带给我们的线上的朋友，或者将来我们有机会在实体见面的时候啊，能够让我们更多的企业界啊，能够有更多的启发，然后大家一起为台湾来打拼。所以今天特别谢谢 Steven， 谢谢，
谢谢，不敢当，不敢当，谢谢。
随着新冠病毒不断的变种，可以确定的是，这个疫情它的不确定因素会持续存在我们的生活当中蛮长一段时间的。但是这不会阻挡金融朝向数位发展的道路。我们应该要更将把疫情当中所学到的经验给制度化，希望透过增加金融发展的韧性，加速转型，来因应金融产业下一波的创新浪潮。今年 DATE 第1个主题就一起来探索未来的金融趋势。如何透过科技来重塑金融产业向永续投资持续迈进？新电子条例在7月正式上路了，这吸引了各家业者抢攻 B 商机。悠游卡公司看好了电子支付这个市场的潜在商机，早在多年前就已经申请并且取得了兼营电支业务。新电子条例生效之后，悠游卡公司可以更加大步的进军数位金融领域。我们特别邀请到拥有实体跟电子支付领域专长的悠游卡公司陈庭如董事长，他将跟各位分享的是如何带领着团队开启悠游卡公司行动以及数位化的一卡一付的新时代。欢迎陈董事长。
Hi everybody, I'm Ting Chen. I'm the chairwoman of Easy Card Corporation. This one. I hope everybody who's watching this summit do own a card like that. And today I'm going to share with you the digital journey of an Easy Card, how we transform from a transit card to an everyday Easy Wallet. Even in the same context, I think with the rapid change of technology application, the payment interface has changed over the time, especially in the last 10 years. Let me show you two different applications in the last 10 years. One is from Visa, one is from Amazon.
This is Zoe. Just like you, she uses lots of different cards and IDs to get through her day. What if all Zoe needed was herself? Introducing Amazon One, a free service that lets you use your palm to quickly pay for things, gain access, earn rewards, and more. Let's say you're grabbing your favorite coffee beverage, or heading into the office, or checking out. Just hover your palm and you're on your way. It's as easy as that. Sign up is free and takes less than a minute. All you need is a credit card, your phone number, and your palm. That's it. Since your palm is unique and can't be lost or misplaced, you can get things done quickly and securely. And with more experiences on the way, Amazon One will help you get even more done, simply by being you.
Okay, so from the shell, from the coin, the bill money, the PayWave credit cards, to nowadays using your palm or scanning your eyeball. The form of payment has been very, very diverse in today's market. However, if you notice that the underlying purpose of these payments actually never change, to trade the goods, to fulfill their needs, to support the family, or in a commercial negotiation. Actually, I think the purpose of this payment behind this technology actually don't change that much. So a good payment services, I think, should be more than just the facilitation of the exchange of the valuable. People of my age group probably seen this movie, The Crouching Tiger and the Hidden Dragons. And then in the very ancient Chinese market, we have a lot of those small boutiques offering the transfer of money. So how do you choose one among all these hundreds of boutiques? I guess the security, how good their martial arts, and especially their integrity, it's probably the main concern of your choice. So a little bit background about Easy Cards. For those who are already familiar with us, bear with me. So Easy Card was introduced in 2002. At that time, throughout a tiny market like Taiwan, we have coins, we have different kinds of bill tickets, we have different kinds of tokens for every city, and as well as for different transportation means. And that really, really bothers people. So Easy Card was introduced to integrate all the transit payment tool. So one card allows you to go from north to south across different transportation means. And later, in order to survive and then enhance the stickiness between the relationship with our customer, we start tapping into consumer markets. So for the last 20 years, this is the customer we're serving. Try not to keep too many coins or bills in the pocket. So in the last 20 years, we have accomplished about 4 Easy Card per person in Taiwan, and then about 1,500 merchant coverage. Every year, we have 23 million of our active card. With this 23 million, 13 million are used in the retail market. So we generate about 2.4 billion numbers of transactions per year. And that's equivalent of 2.2 billion US dollar value of transaction values. So now we have been issuing more than 100 million cards after 20 years. And then we have to differentiate a little bit. So among these 100 million cards, we try to make it more than the cards. It can be a membership cards, co-brand cards that adds a customer relationship together. We try to maintain the customer relationship with our channel partners. We also try to issue collection cards like what you see on the screen. So to trigger your memory, to make you buy one more cards per year. And then we try to serve as an identity card as well, like the senior cards in Taipei City or the student cards throughout Taiwan. They all offer different features, concessions, and then most importantly, they are your identifications. Yeah, so as I say, after 1 million cards, we are facing the next wave of the challenges. This is the customer that we are facing right now. They don't even want plastic card in their pockets right now. So what should we do? Should we replacing all the cards with one single mobile phone? Like this? Not exactly. So we're introducing a solution for all age group. After all, smartphone is only very welcome among certain segments. For people who are really young and really, really senior, mastering a smartphone in their daily life is still a very big challenge. So we introduce one card, one e-wallet solutions. We make the wallet try to manage our cards, even do top up for every plastic card. We offer money transfer and utility payments, online payments, and then other QR code payment that's very popular nowadays in the market. And most importantly, we try to maintain our transit function in the mobile phone. So other than just introducing a new product, we need to explore new digital payment strategy. And we start looking at the scenes behind the payment tool. We try to explore the products and service needs. But after all that, we're still facing really, really strong competition and too many choices in the market. So what is the real core value of e-payments? So what is the new core value? Is it the really heavy, non-stop reward and cash rebate? Is it branding issue, credit limits, killer application that really fascinate people? Or just it's a very chic app that you can show off among the peers? Being a transport payment, we are actually very privileged. On average, in Taiwan, we own about 37 minutes of a commuter per day. That's equivalent to 24 days of time in a year. And what do we do with all this time? And then do we want more? So we thought about why not transforming mobility into a journey and then start serving transit, not just transit, but serving the experience. After all, transit is not very sexy. However, the experience that you collect on the way from one point to another is what really, really intrigues people. So introducing a one car, one wallet solution, we start developing our journey strategies. And there are three: mobility journey, consumption journey, as well as a life stage journey. And then in the following few minutes, let me try to share with you a few initiatives that we have already launched or already on the way. So in the mobility journey experience for commuter, we try to combine the monthly public transportation to the new means of transportation. Taipei City government always have a trouble keep enlarging the parking space among MRT station. And then in order to promote more green transportation, they also issue a 30-day pass at the amount of $1,280, which is really, really popular. Every month we have 300,000 people using it. However, we're still missing the last mile from the MRT to your doorstep. So we team up with the co-share motorcycle company platform, which is very popular among the young generation. GoShare, WeMove, iRent. So for every monthly pass that you purchase, every month you can get a discounted fare on the extra minutes you bought from either of these three co-sharing companies. Another mobility experience that we introduced, we still want to simulate the car experience that's been popular for 20 years, which has also been very, very well functioning in the transit environment. So we brought the NFC transfer of payments with concessions and reward features into our wallets. So on our NFC transit payment function in our Easy Wallet, you can not only incorporating your student concessions, you can also buy the monthly pass that I just mentioned. Another mobility experience I always love to share is the partnership with the government policy. For senior people in Taipei City, there's 500,000 of them. They can have 480 points that they can use freely in a month among all the public facility as well as transportation. And of course, recently we add on taxi as a new transportation mean that you can use at this point. So a senior car, the transportation, the mobility experiences in the morning that they can take buses, they can take MRT. In the rainy day, they will take taxis, and then to go to their communal dining space, or they can use public gyms. And then all that on one card. And then we move on to the consumer journey experience. And the one market we found it always very difficult to penetrate with our car solution is the night market, or even the traditional market, where you don't really have a good electronic, or you don't have a very good environment to install your readers. So once we have the e-wallet solution, we introduce QR code payments among all the night markets and traditional market. But that's not all. Not just, we don't want to just give them a new payment device. We try to leverage the communication features of our app, try to issue specific coupon at the specific time to specific segments, and that allows us to bring more customer to any of the local partners that we help them collecting the consumptions. So the other consumer journey experience is trying to combine more transit with day-to-day experience or day-to-day consumption. With every day in the morning, 8 o'clock, our app or our cards will be taken out to use starting the day. However, during the days, we have we try to connect them with a lot of marketing, pre-booking, or even planning process. We try to maximize the interaction between our commuter to the retailer on the way of their daily routines. And then this is how it goes. When you wake up in the morning and you are still in the MRT, you already pre-book your breakfast to be picked up. And the lunchtime, after a very rough meeting, you already book your afternoon spa sessions and then pay with credit cards or bank account. And at the same time, since you're a loyal customer, you earn a taxi rebate. And that during the weekends, your weekend experience can be easily booked also on your mobile phone. And then you can arrange the transportation mean in the same app. Other consumer journey experience try to be entertaining and playful and gamified. So for example, during the COVID time, one physical location that's very difficult to visit is local temples for religious purpose. So we team up with 7 cubic temples during the Chinese Valentine's Festival, try to make the cash reward more interesting. So they are distributed in the form of romantic coin with blessing, with the blessing from the 7 temple. And then together we co-brand a very interesting marketing campaign to cope with the fact that people cannot go to the temple to pray for their relationship and then during the COVID time. The other consumer journey experience is another policy partnerships. The Taipei City government tried to introduce cashless public residence infrastructure and for all the public residence citizens. Okay. And then we try to, for 1 or 2 pilot sites, we try to integrate all our services into their daily community life, from parking, paying rental, management fees, electrical bills, as well as other utility, all done with one single app. And then, of course, we connected with your the public housing app. Together, we provide a cashless environment for the residents in the public residence. Other than mobility and life stage journey, we even think further. Is that really enough to stay with our customer the whole time? So we start digging into these needs and realize life stage journey is something e-payment hasn't tapped into. So we start with this life stage journey experience pilot function and features, also with the city government. We introduce in our e-wallet the function to collect social policy and benefits. For example, every Taipei city citizens, newborn, the mother with newborn will receive a 20,000 one-time allowance when they have their babies. So we start connecting with government platform, making receiving subsidies, allowance, even medical support for the young mom generation easy and then very cashless. On the other hand, we start foreseeing the needs of these new moms. So we start talking to our retail channel partners, offering exactly the consumption product they need with rebate, hopefully to cope them with the new chapter of their life. And then this is undergoing really, really well. And we also start understand a young mom or a new mom or a distressed mom much, much better. So we start moving on to other family members. Okay, as I say, Easy Wallet is not just to replace plastic card. I think we try to enhance what a plastic card cannot do. So as an Easy Wallet can be topping up a plastic card, we start thinking about the family tie. Usually in the family, among the family member, there will always be the one who is the main financial planner. So we start connecting the dot that the financial planner helping the other members of the family topping up their cards, combining all the expenses or pre-register their relationship so they can have the most updated bill situation, the tuition notice, property tax bills, and as well as monitoring the well-being of your senior members. Among doing this life stage services, we start collecting a lot of useful and valuable information. For example, as a long years of serving the senior customer segments, we collect quite some data of their activity and their routines. So we come up with this a few insights in hope to facilitate future policy and benefits. For example, this is 65-year-old senior weekly commuting index is rather interesting. We all thought that the senior generation will be rather active maybe Monday to Wednesday. In fact, they're really actually very active Wednesday to Friday. And then when we found out that insight, we tried to explore the answer and reason behind it. It was rather interesting because the weekend time, they rather stay home, playing with grandchildren, cooking for them. And on Monday and Tuesday are their resting day. So Wednesday to Friday is the real time that devoted to themselves. Other data applications are like this. We start to paying tuition, buying collection cards, paying property tax or fuel tax, and then we start identifying and seeing our customer better. Some of them are with young kids, parents. Some of them are collectors. Some of them are car owners and more than one car. And you start to see that in Taiwan, a lot of housings are actually registered under female members of the family. The other life stage journey experience I'd like to share is how we try to turn your anxiety or everyday idea into real actions. Just for example, imagine every day we actually spend time with our user or customer in a very crowded MRT or buses. That's the time when they start thinking about their life a lot. However, we all know that we need to be prepared for the future retirement or saving or wealth management. But how many of us actually put it into action? So with the app or our e-wallet, we try to turn those ideas into a desire. Using those desires combining with incentive. For example, if you use monthly pass, I guarantee you probably save more than $800 per month. If you use e-wallet a lot, I think you also receive a lot of cash rebate on a monthly basis. Why not turn into those extra cash into a saving? So we are also teaming up with mutual fund company, banks, insurance company to provide, jointly provide financial services together. However, it's not turning ourselves into a financial organization or financial services platform. It's more than bringing your idea and making into a wealth management habits really, really naturally, painlessly. So to sum up a little bit, as most of the public commuter, especially in Taipei, in the city environments, I would say 70% of them are young females who try to avoid riding motorcycle or driving a car. And then what we're trying to do is really making their life easy, starting their point of saving for marriage, managing their child support and allowance, the household budgeting, eventually the smart spending for the whole family into invest to retire. We found our niche and a little space that we can serve our customer better. So for Easy Car, Easy Wallet, most importantly, I think in the future, we want to call ourselves as an easy life. For the last 20 years, we think our product is a card. We think our services is payment. However, that's not what the customer are seeing us. They actually, through this little card or this payment actions, they want to be a man. They want to be happily enjoying some moment together. They want to maintain a very regular habits, devotion to their faith. They are desiring a very heart-pounding moment when you are commuting in your daily routine. They actually want to be free from coin, free from bills, free from any wallets, or free from any other worries. And then this is one of my favorite picture is a kid receiving the first Easy Card in their life. So instead of taking this opportunity to share with you a lot of fascinating digital or technology application, today I choose to share a few initiatives that connect us with customers. After all the digitalization shortens the distance between us and the market and the customer. However, making great experience is what actually wins their heart. And then thank you for listening to my sharing today, and please continue to support Easy Car on a daily basis. Thank you.
中华开发金控的数位长 Mr. Ketan Samani， 他曾经任职于多家大型的跨国金融机构，统筹企业数位的转型、 网银、电商平台等业务的规划跟执行。让我们一起来学习它是如何运筹帷幄中华开发金控的数位金融策略、巨量资料的运用，以及企业持续朝向数位发展的蓝图。欢迎 Mr. Samani。
Hello everyone, I'm here to talk to you about future of finance. My name is Ketan Samani. I'm a Chief Digital Officer at China Development Financial Institution. I have a simple three-point agenda to discuss with you today. We've all heard about disruptions, but a year and a half ago, there were more about digital disruption, but today it's also about COVID. Let's look at the disruptions, how they affect financial institutions and financial businesses, and what is the future of finance. Let me start with some disruptions. I encounter, there are many, but these are the ones I chose, that there are 5 factors that are driving change in financial industry today. The very first one is technology disruptors. There are technology companies who are very sophisticated, and they have entered financial services market with new value propositions that it allows customers to use their services easily with low cost and very low legacy issues. The second disruption is around the disruptive technology itself. If you look at distributed ledger and cryptocurrency, they have changed the landscape in the way the money is managed, decentralized, unregulated, and distributed among the players. The third factor is customers themselves. Their needs have changed tremendously in the last 20 years since the internet age, and it continues to change every decade. The fourth impact and driver to change is the regulators themselves, harnessing the change that is happening with technology, different players, as well as different needs of the customers. Regulators themselves have to rise up and support innovation. Finally, the COVID. COVIDs have changed multiple things. I'll be talking about 7 Ps towards the end and put my point forward how 7 Ps can play a role for financial institutions to step up and take on the challenge of disruption. Let's start with the first technology disruption. The tech disruptors, as we call it, entered financial services with a variety of financial propositions. Let's just have a look at a study that was conducted in 2015 by World Economic Forum. They looked at the disruption in the middle of last decade to see what impact it would create to financial industry. Well, they discovered in 2015 that the fintechs, which were the main force of innovation at that time, will most probably challenge the incumbents, the financial institutions. However, 2 years later, when they reviewed the impact to the market of fintechs, they found that fintechs were not changing the incumbents. The incumbents found a way to resist and create loyalty and stickiness of the customers. Let's see, fast forward today, what are the key 4 forces I see are the ones that are impacting financial industry. And I believe that these 4 forces will completely change the way financial industry will be in the next 10, 20, 30 years to come. Let's look at the first. About 15, 20 years ago, social media started at a very big way, and today it changes the way we interact. So they are the ones I consider to be tech fins. They primarily use technology to engage customers with the more or less freemium services and engage them really well on the platform with experiences. The other 2 forces are fintech themselves, who are in the middle of an ice storm for innovation, as well as the platforms. Platforms are a technology company that focus on e-commerce and creating marketplace for the consumers, providing adjacencies as a service to attract customers to use the platform more and more. Finally, the neobanks. In the last 4 to 5 years, there's been an explosion of neobanks. These banks are purely internet-based or mobile-based banks. There are approximately 300 of these in the world, and they're not very profitable, but one of the most interesting capability of theirs is to go cross-border at a speed that a traditional financial institutions cannot. So these are the four forces a traditional financial institution would have to work hard to defend their market share. The second disruption. I talked about distributed ledger and cryptocurrency as one of the key forces. There are many technology-driven disruptions. Let's say, for example, big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. All of these disruptions and technologies are very good at supporting financial institutions' progress and evolution. They could be leveraged to give better customer services by the incumbent financial institutions. However, the distributed ledger technology is different. It managed to create its own financial rails, which means it has an infrastructure of its own, it's decentralized finance, it is able to do financial services on the infrastructure, it has got different connecting technologies, and more importantly, it is not regulated. If you look on the right-hand side, there is a chart under 1 year. If you look at the traditional bank's asset and liability play, cryptocurrency provided returns to customers more than 103x times within less than a year, which none of the traditional financial instruments can provide. So it's amazing to see the difference between a traditional financial services and a new financial way of operating digitally. Let's look at the third disruptor. Customers. Customers are in the eye of the storm. They are demanding, they are changing, they are adopting digital ever than before. Yes, in recent year or so, I would say COVID-19 has played a key role. However, the customers are feeling more and more comfortable not only banking with the banks, but also banking with non-banks. And that is amazing shift in customer attitude. However, the most important point is that the customers still trust financial institutions. So it is for financial institutions to lose, and therefore it is important the change is adopted at a speed. Let me give you a couple of examples. Pre-COVID-19, looking at between 2018 to 2020, look at the growth for ING and BBVA in Europe. The customers are ever increasing using the digital channels compared to their offline channels, which means the branch network mainly. And therefore, there is a trust still growing despite these digital disruptions. Let's look at what the customers feel if the financial services are offered by, say, Amazon or Facebook. Well, the customers are quite happy to bank with them, but the majority of the trust is still with the financial institutions. So the banks still have an edge to keep the customer with them and keep the loyalty. So let's talk about the fourth disrupting force. Regulators are encouraging and driving innovation. In recent times, we would have heard announcements from Hong Kong, Singapore, and many other regulators around Asia Pacific announcing use of digital wallets, innovation sandbox, virtual banking licenses. This is very encouraging for open banking and transformation of our industry. On the left-hand side, you will see regulators are keen to introduce competition in the market via virtual banking license, mainly virtual bank attracted by tech companies. So they have the technology advantage over banks. No legacy to worry about. Banks play a key role if they partner with technology companies for virtual bank by providing product provisioning, compliance, and governance. Technology companies have the ability to enter market with agility as well. This, combined with the innovation on the product side from bank, makes it a formidable change in a landscape of partnerships. On the right-hand side, however, central bank digital currency is taking force. Almost 86% of central banks are reviewing the role of digital currencies and how they could be a counterweight to cryptocurrency. In conclusion, financial institutions must evolve the role the role that they play in order and partner with technology company to help complete the digital currency world, compete in digital currency world. Let's look at the fifth and the final disrupting force, COVID. In the last year and a half, COVID has changed the way we interact generally with. On a physical side, before COVID, 53% of banks would not have thought about having home-based working or decentralized working. 23% after COVID has decided to downsize the physical space in order to do remote servicing of the customers. What about the consumers? The consumer behavior has also changed drastically. 48% increase in ordering food. So the home delivery services have benefited enormously, and a business and an industry has grown out of that. 65% growth overall in making e-payments. Let's look at 2.7 times increase in the use of digital channels by the consumers. As you are at home and you want to consume services, that's the only way. Financial management also would be online, even for more relationship managed-based customers. And finally, 89% increase in e-payments transactions. All ages, legally of course, are now doing e-payments. So this has changed a lot for the financial institutions, and more importantly, let's look at the impact of what this change means from a different lens. So these COVID-19 and the disruptive technologies have given a rise in the way customer has his relationship with financial institutions. Let's look at it from a micro lens. When a customer uses digital to consume any of the services of financial, it needs to do it in different ways. There are companies which are not banks but are offering deposit services, which means the banks have got deposits potentially at a loss. Banks offer it, but the competition is growing. Next, payments. We all know the vast majority of the payments is done by the non-financial institutions today around the world, and banks have lost a lot of revenue because of that. Next, insurance. It's important that if you are online, you are shopping, you are buying, you are traveling, you need insurance to cover your risks of what you're purchasing online, which is an unknown when it gets delivered to you. So a lot of general insurance business is also being lost to pure technology players or platforms. Wealth management. Who would have thought 10 years ago, if anybody thought that the wealth management could be taken up by tech companies, it wouldn't be unbelievable. But today, there are companies like Futu and Alipay provide hyper-personalized services of wealth management and brokerage, and they're becoming a formidable force in Asia Pacific. Lending. Just like payments, borrowing and lending has become quite easy. You can buy now and pay later. That's an unregulated way of offering product-based collateral to the customers. And again, small lending loans are being eroded from the financial institutions. This means that financial services propositions need to be embedded into daily life, and the financial institutions must find a way to do that. Else, they risk in losing relationships with the customers, and the monopolization of relationship will be gone. Let's look at another impact. We looked at the micro impacts. Let's look at the traditional FIs that needs to respond to competitive threats by new disruptive business models. So let's look at the existing business model. Well, the traditional model is that the bank would have channels to serve customers. That could be a branch, that could be a call center, that could be an internet banking. The services are their own. It's designed and marketed by the bank themselves. The products are very much as a shelf that's also designed by the bank. And the access to funding and the shift of access to funding is passed to the markets. Well, this model is threatened by a new one. It's insights monetization model. So the competition and the pure digital players are disrupting by attracting with freemium models, such as Robinhood. Attract the customers, offer them free services, engage and attract more data and behavioral data and provide personalized insights and sell products and services to customers with the knowledge of what they like by predicting what they would like. This is different to the way banks operate, and this is clearly one of the areas that the banks can work to improve significantly. The future of finance depends on this transition. Let's look at an example of how that happens. A great example is Square in US. Square started by being a hardware company that allowed SMEs, small medium enterprise, to be able to process payments conveniently. The banks only provided expensive point of sale systems and terminals, while Square offered alternative, a loss leading alternative that allowed them to capture small to medium market, which is high volume, low value payments. Consequently, they were able to offer the customers who use the merchant services and the terminals a cash wallet, allowing both sides between the merchant and customers to be able to work interoperably and easily to transact with each other without needing a bank. Over a period of time, as you can see, lending and other services were also established by Square. Today, just over 10 years in operation, Square is a fully fledged, very profitable bank. Naturally, these are the threats that the incumbent financial institutions need to look at and try to insulate them with. Here's the example by McKinsey study that looks at what are the products and services due to this emerging as well as established disruptions going to change for profit pools. If you look at the consumer finance, that's already under threat globally, which means that the lending is definitely getting decentralized away from the banks. Payments is already there globally. More than 70 to 80% of payments are done outside the bank network. All other businesses within financial institutions can also suffer loss of margin. It is important to adopt and change with the disruption at the speed that the disruption is moving exponentially. Let's look at another impact and potential. This impact is a positive one. Up till now, I discussed about the impact being all negative if the banks do not move. But here are the opportunities, and there are 4 of them I encounter, that could offer the banks opportunity to increase the revenue pools from the assets and services they already know very well. Let's look at the first one, advisory. Banks are trusted, and therefore they are the trusted advisors. Clients and customers would look towards financial advice whenever they need financial advice, not to the technology platform, but to somebody they already know in the neighborhood. This, an increased good and solid advisory service, could increase the margin and profit pools for the banks. Data and provisioning. Banks have got incredibly rich information about their customers and their habits. It's stitching that data together and offering a great proactive and personalized service to customers would also increase great revenue pools. Third, service and technology. Banks do not always have to operate themselves. They could provide financial services capability within large corporations and fairly large small to medium enterprise, and give them autonomy and get fee-based income and profit pools from those services. Fourth, actually the banks don't have to operate comprehensively themselves, but can offer full stack services and open banking to the players who has very good marketplace. Again, having a 4th revenue pool. So these are some of the ideas that I think we will see emerging as the disruption takes hold, and many banks have already started experimenting with this in many parts of the world. Let's look at another positive examples of what I just discussed in terms of new revenue pools. If you look at the evolving business models for financial institutions, from as is where we are, your own channels and your own products, there are 2 other routes. You can do partnerships with third parties who've got strong digital channels. Let's look at those. The partner platforms could provide a way to sell your products and services in collaboration with the platforms through their channels. You can partner on products. So FIs could provide engagement directly with customers, surfacing options and facilities decision-making on third-party delivery solutions. Finally, there is an interesting analogy between telecommunication industry and financial industry that's emerging. In telecommunication industry, it's called MVNO, which means that a virtual telecom operator can work on a network they do not own, but they are able to build value proposition that are differentiated from the incumbent telecommunication operator. So the banks could rent their entire infrastructure, just the way the open banking offers, and allow third party to build products and services while they retain the loyalty of the customer as well as a revenue pool in partnership with the third party. So a platform provider is an incredibly powerful choice for multi-jurisdiction expansion of a powerful incumbent. Let's look at the impact on financial services. The future of finance is what we started off with. So I've talked about the 5 disruptive forces. I've talked about the impact of these forces so far. And let me conclude this by talking about what I see can happen to financial institutions' evolution. So let's look at 70s. And this gives you a good idea about where we have come from, and gives you an idea with disruption where the financial institution or the future of finance will be going. The banks were like an institution. It was take it or leave it for them, and there was no choice, no alternative for the customers to work with the banks. In 90s, it became a product push. There was a confidence in financial industry to sell products and they will come to buy it scenario. In 2010s, it became very customer centric. The competition grew, the internationalism grew, customers were well traveled and could understand the different services and started demanding a lot due to the factors I talked earlier. Social media taught customers to have better customer experience, expect better value for their loyalty and the custom. So customer centricity was one of the key last decade. However, in last decade, digital bank, and this decade, digital bank is going to be the key demand. So the banks are not only just doing customer centricity, but they have to step up and be as digital as a technology company or a platform company in order to compete and stay insulated. So what does this all mean if you look in the crystal ball of the future? I believe, and what I've shown today, is that the banks will have to be part of the ecosystem. They may not be able to operate entirely on their own. Now that's not completely true, but it is possible. And therefore, they would have to think about opening up, partnering, and be more ubiquitous and offering banking services as part of daily life for consumers and businesses alike. Let me look at the last slide. I promised 7 Ps. One of the other aspects that is impacting this evolution of the bank and the future of finance is the 7 Ps. How do I define those 7 Ps? Let me go through them one by one. Premises. What we discovered in COVID-19 is that, premises that the banks have don't really matter. Customers are able to serve and consume financial services remotely. This is a very important shift in the way the customers have now a click away from you to your competitor. Second, people have changed themselves. The workforce, they need to able to consume while they're confined at home or in any other place where they're working from remotely. And therefore, having the ability to access to their finance and to be able to execute what they want is very important. So it's empowerment to the individuals. They are able to change the loyalty and they're able to command more attention from the service provider. The process. Because of COVID-19, because of the confinement, because of the travel restrictions, the process in which consumers consume has also changed. So the banks would have to think about how do we do more automation and migrate risk associated with it. Propositions. The way products and services were designed before compared to in pandemic and post-pandemic, the proposition will have to evolve at much faster pace to the customer needs and provide access to those value propositions and products and services the way it is relevant for the customer. Products. How can banks provide discrete and customized services without adding complexity? When you don't have access to advisors or a branch network or to another human being, it is important to keep things simple. The simpler the product is, the more impact it will create with the customer. Prosperity. Obviously, in pandemic, there are winners and losers. Many businesses suffered. A good example would be the airline industry. However, if you look at the new emerging industry, food delivery, transportation of goods and services, postal services, all of these have prospered. But if you look at the individual needs more help around finances. So financial services have to think and anticipate the need and provide that proactively and responsibly to the customer. Finally, pivoting. What we've seen in pandemic is many businesses have pivoted their value proposition. This, I believe, through disruption will continuously be the case. So, in my conclusion for future of finance, I can say that the change is permanent and is here to stay. Let's work together to adopt it. Thank you.
特许金融分析师证照是证券分析与道德标准非常重要的指标，它的专业程度就像是掌握未来金融知识的缩影。CFA 亚太区董事总经理 Mr. Nick Pollard， 他将从金融未来观带我们一起探究 Fintech 它的永续投资的最新发展趋势。欢迎 Mr. Pollard。
A very good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. On behalf of CFA Institute, it's my privilege and pleasure to be part of today's session on future finance, weaving digital empowerment into sustainable investment. There is no doubt that the recent wave in fintech is unprecedented in terms of the new disruptive business models leveraging artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, data analytics, and the Internet of Things. To put this into perspective, robo-advisory services are expected to help manage over $16 trillion in assets by 2025, according to various estimates. This is more than the current size of mainland China's economy. By 2035, artificial intelligence, or AI, is expected to boost labor productivity by up to 40% and increase the profitability of all industries by an average of 39%. And the wholesale transition to remote working amid the pandemic is yielding a vast alternative source of information to facilitate financial decisions, including valuable data collected via the web, smartphones, social media, videos, cloud computing, and much more. And yet there is still a real fear amongst incumbent financial institutions that a part of their business will be lost to fintech companies in the next few years. Part of this fear stems from the rise of digital-first and digital-only and mobile banks that are making significant market inroads and have strong brand recognition amongst an increasingly tech-savvy generation of customers. While this has helped spur collaboration between traditional financial institutions and fintech companies, the world of finance has been slower to adapt. The investment industry in particular is behind the curve in appreciating the value of the innovation function. According to last year's CFA Institute report, Has AI and machine learning adoption advanced? A majority of the respondents are not using big data analysis, machine learning, or AI in their sphere of business activity. This is the case across risk management, compliance, and the investment decision process. Financial institutions entering the AI age require commitment from their senior leadership. As technology will play a more important role in the business, the data science function will become a permanent part of the investment team. If business models do not or cannot shift to incorporate emerging technologies to address evolving customer needs, financial institutions risk losing out, both in revenue and in relevancy. Many technology giants and fintech companies are already applying for full financial service licenses and becoming new financial conglomerates. With the impact of COVID-19 around the world, the connection between sustainability, finance and technology is now far more prominent. Up to now, fintech and sustainability have rarely come together, even though they are two key areas driving change in the financial sector. Fintech can help accelerate the development of green and inclusive financial markets and help realign finance to support sustainable development. For example, fintech can help support efforts to build sustainable communities by promoting responsible consumption and production, and greater gender equality. Fintech, by its very nature, is environmentally friendly and can provide innovative solutions for sustainable finance such as SME microfinancing, inclusive ownership, international investments, and digital platform solutions like crowdfunding and peer-to-peer lending and borrowing. Green crowdfunding platforms, for example, can help sustainability-related businesses obtain financing and resources in a faster, efficient, and more affordable way. Investors also have the opportunity to invest in sustainable initiatives. Likewise, there is great potential for blockchain technology in sustainable finance. In fact, tokenization of energy, green bond emissions, and crowdfunding of renewable energy projects are already in place or have launched. With environmental, social, and governance targets increasingly at the forefront of investors' and funds' decision-making, the impact of fintech will only continue to grow in scale and significance. What are important considerations are fintech regulation and greater standardization in the format and metrics of ESG and sustainability reporting. CFA Institute, for instance, is working on ESG disclosure standards for investment products that will bring greater clarity and efficiency to the identification, comparison, and presentation of products with ESG-related features. They are suitable for all types of investment vehicles, all asset classes, all ESG strategies, and all markets. And they harmonize many of the product-level ESG disclosure requirements found in existing regulations and other more narrowly focused voluntary standards, as well as addressing gaps where no standards exist. AI and data analytics can enhance ESG reporting, benchmarking, and rating. I would like to conclude my remarks by saying that fintech and sustainable finance have many aspects in common, and fintech can make financial businesses more sustainable while promoting green finance. This is due in no small part to a willingness by investors to incorporate both financial criteria and non-financial attributes into their investment decisions. Thank you very much for having me again, and I wish all of you a productive and enjoyable day.
随着气候变迁等社会议题日益的重要，借由重新分配资本、增加风险评估框架，来提升透明度、加强数据的报告揭露，这将是企业可以持续发展投资的重要指标。接下来这段演讲来自于伦敦证券交易所集团大中华区可持续发展投资负责人白英女士，以及 Refinitiv Taiwan 总经理 Gary， 他们将跟我们分享的是如何运用 AI 机械学习和另类数据为企业的 ESG 做评比。欢迎他们带来的精彩演讲。
Hello, everyone. My name is Gary Z, and I'm the General Manager of Refinitiv in Taiwan. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Taiwan External Trade Development Council for inviting us to speak to you all today about sustainable finance. Let me start with a brief introduction about my organization, the London Stock Exchange Group. LSEG is a UK-based stock exchange and financial information provider. FTSE Russell and Refinitiv are two very well-known brands in the industry. Both are subsidiaries of LSEG, and our division supplies markets with indices, benchmarks, market data, and analytics. We've been operating locally here in Taiwan for over 30 years, and our clients consist of financial institutions, asset managers, universities, and both public and private companies. In today's session, we'd like to cover 3 key topics with you. First, my colleague Ying will speak to you about the importance of sustainable finance and the global activities taking place. I will then provide you with some context around the growing trends in ESG. And lastly, I'll share how companies such as yourselves are evaluated and given ESG ratings. I'm now going to turn it over to Ying in Hong Kong to kick off our session.
好，谢谢 Gary。那今天很高兴能够参加2021年的这个 DATE Summit。那我先介绍一下我自己，我的名字叫白英，我在富时罗素负责大中华地区可持续发展投资指数产品的开发。那今天呢，就想来这里呢跟大家聊一聊可持续发展投资，以及跟大家再分享一下这个最新行业上的一些动态。那其实我们看到这1-2年，尤其是这1-2年，可持续发展投资发展的非常的迅速。但其实这个概念倒不是一个非常特别新的概念，像我们所说的这个 ESG 这个术语呢，它其实是在04年的时候就在联合国发布的一份报告，叫做 Who Cares Wins 这个报告里面去定义了。那像富时罗素也是在20年前就发行了第一支这个 ESG 指数，就是大家所熟知的 FTSE for Good 指数。那其实今天呢，我就想以这个我们看全球可持续发展投资的5大推动力来开始我今天的这个分享。那么我们说这5大推动力呢，就是我在这一页 slide 上面展示的这个5个大的因素。那这分别是什么呢？第一个就是监管与标准，那么以及是信托责任，还有一个是气候变化。那么第4个呢是数据与信息，以及最后一个是相关的一些金融产品，比如说基金、指数或者其他的一些数据工具。那么以这5个推动力来开展今天的这个分享。那么今天我也着重跟大家主要讲的是这个监管和气候变化这2个方面。好，那我们先来看一下监管方面的发展。那在这张图上呢，大家可以看到全球这个监管方面的这个发展的情况。那我在这里列举了一些核心的监管条例和一些最新的动向。那我们也看到监管方面它主要关注的3个方向，3个大方向是什么呢？首先是这个分类方法 taxonomy， 还有这个信息披露。这个信息披露对于我们企业朋友来说是可以说是非常重要。那么还有一个是气候风险。那气候风险稍后我会再跟大家进行一个更多的分享。那我们从全球的这个监管发展的这个状态，我们也可以看出它有很多这种国际组织，比如说 NGFS， 还有这个国际财务报告准则 IFRS 基金会，那它都在往这个监管框架的趋同性方向去进行一个积极的发展。那比如说像这个 IFRS 基金会呢，它这个咨询文件中，它去年发布了一个关于可持续发展报告的咨询文件。那么这份咨询文件呢，可以说是在提高一个报告准则的一致性、趋同性，以及另外一个很重要的方面是在提升它在本地实施的有效性呢，可以说是具有非常重大的意义。那么我们可以看到，在全球上它呈现是这样的一个特征，就是这些国际组织在积极的运作。那我们现在再看看这个可以说是可持续发展投资的领先者欧洲，他们发展的一个状态。那么欧洲它主要的特征是，它主要是以政府监管来引领整个市场的前进。那么政府从不管是发布指导意见、出台标准指引、制定相关这个法律法规等这个其他的很多形式来构架整个这个框架。那么资本市场呢，在对整个这个监管进行一个推广、进一步的推广和进一步的强化，它呈现的是这样的一个特征。那么在欧洲呢，我这里想跟大家提的就是几个它非常核心的监管条例。那么首先的第一个呢，就是它最核心的可持续发展融资行动计划。这个行动计划可以说是它的这个行动纲要，因为它详细的说明了整个欧盟它会采取的所有的一系列的这个行动，以及甚至是它也详细的说明了这个实施计划和时间表。那么在 另外呢，就是欧盟可持续金融分类法案，这个是刚才我提到的行动计划的一个主要的组成部分，这个也是我们所熟知的 EU Taxonomy。那这个 EU Taxonomy 它主要是明确的定义了有助于实现气候变化减缓和适应气候变化2个目标的经济活动。它这个分类方案可以说是欧盟可持续金融发展的一个重要的基础。那么同时呢，我们也看到，就是欧盟推出了这个 SFDR 监管条例。那 SFDR 监管条例在做什么呢？它这个监管条例呢，主要是针对的是在欧盟所有金融市场的参与者，是要进行对这个可持续发展投资的这个金融产品要进行更进一步、更明晰的一个信息的披露。那这也是我们所说的打击的这个漂绿的行为，也是可以提高整个行业的这样的一个更加健康的发展。那这个我们所以也是看到欧洲，毕竟它作为全球的领先者，所以它在监管层面也是走的比较前，也是它的这个监管框架也是相对的很完善。那我们再来看看这个美国方面它发展的一个情况，因为美国呢，它毕竟作为世界上目前最大的这个经济体，它拥有全世界最大的这个金融市场，所以可以说美国对全球可持续发展金融投资的这个影响力呢是不容忽视的。但是美国呢，它跟欧洲还不太一样，它在可持续发展方面、监管方面的发展呢，呈现了另外一个特征，它更多是以资本市场的创新先行实践来带动整个市场的发展，而我们也是比较少看到这个政府方面这个主动性的这个政策制定。不过呢，我们也是看到美国也有一些新的这个在政策方面呢，也是有一些新的这个动向，比如说它这个自今年2月呢重返了巴黎协定以后，我们也看到，比如说像它的这个证券交易委员会也成立了一个与气候与 ESG 的这个工作组，所以呢，我们可以看到，就是说美国跟欧洲相比，还是相对的在监管方面上不够完善，相对的比较落后。那我们呢，在我们看过了全球，看过了欧洲，看过了美国，我们再把我们的注意力呢拉回到亚洲，我们来看看亚洲是一个怎样的发展的状态啊。那我们也知道，就是说亚洲在可持续发展投资方面呢，发展的相对起步的比较晚，但是它发展的确实非常的迅速。比如说像相对比较成熟的这个市场，像香港或者说日本呢，其实都也出台了一系列的政策，或者说像其他的这些市场也都在这个奋起的直追。那比如说呢，我在这里跟大家举个例子比如说我们香港联交所的这个 ESG 指引呢，也是已经包括了强制性的披露要求。那么在6月底的时候呢，今年6月底的时候呢，香港证监会也是发布了对 ESG 基金有这个信息披露的这个新的规章制定，也是为了打击这个漂绿的行为。那所以呢，我们看过了全球、欧洲、美国还有亚洲的发展状态，可以说整体来看，我们全球的这个监管机构，不管是央行还是其他的金融监管机构，都在非常积极的制定相关的政策和指引来推动整个行业的发展。那么其实可以说这是一个非常令人可喜的现象。那当然我们对于不管是金融从业者，还是说整个监管机构、整个行业来讲，还面临一个巨大的挑战，就是这个监管框架的这个碎片化，目前是这样的一个状态。那碎片化这个状态呢，就是真的是需要各方合作多方合力去推动这个监管政策的趋同性这样的一个发展。好，那我刚才提到监管的一个关注的一个大方向是气候变化。那 IPCC 在8月9号的时候发布了它最新的一份评估报告。那这个评估报告里面提到，如果说我们现在马上快速必须立即去大量的去减少温室气体的排放，不然我们连这个升温2度这个目标可能都控制不住了。所以这个报告真的是给了我们一个可以说是巨大的一个红色警报。那我们也看到，就是说尤其是这1-2年，各国央行在积极的应对这个气候变化带来的这个风险，因为气候变化对金融系统带来的风险可以说是系统性和长期性的。那这个对于应对气候变化来说呢，对这个信息披露就更加的尤为重要，尤其是这个 因为是我们说这个气候方面这个信息比较难，这个信息披露这个信息抓取的这个难度可以说是更大。那么我相信这个企业朋友对 TCFD 都已经非常的熟悉了。那 TCFD 呢，它提供了一个框架，它提供一个对金融机构和非金融机构在进行气候相关信息披露的一个框架。那么这样就对投资者或者其他决策者，他在将气候风险纳入到他的决策过程中提供了一个很巨大的帮助。那么今天呢，我也想跟大家分享的是这个SBTI。那 SBTI 呢，它叫做科学碳目标倡议，它是一个全球倡议。那它是在做什么呢？它就是在帮助企业设定符合2摄氏度脱碳水平的这样的一个科学的碳减排目标。那么它同时也推动，就是说更多的企业去设定基于这个目标并且把它设置为一个公司运作的这样的一个重要的一个部分。那我想跟大家分享几组数据因为目前我们看到就是说加入到这个 SBTI 的这个科学碳目标倡议里面，全球一共是有1000多家公司。那么最多的是美国，是一共有277家。那么英国呢是有269家。那么全球第3，在亚洲是排到第1位的是日本，是152家。那么在台湾呢是23家企业。那么对于企业来讲，设定这个科学碳目标，就是我们所说 SBT 呢，它有助于就是说你去科学的去设定这样的一个减排的目标。那么对于它也可以提高投资者的信息，然后满足监管方面这个要求所以说也是一个非常重要的部分。那么呢，这个就是想跟大家分享的对于企业我们对于企业朋友来讲，在信息披露和设定碳目标、减碳目标方面2个重要的这个倡议和框架。那么下面我想跟大家分享的是2个从这个由投资者来成立的这个倡议。那么因为我们也确实看到这个气候变化呢，已经成了投资者非常关注的一个重心。那第一个我想跟大家分享的就是这个 TPI。那 TPI 它叫做转型路径倡议。那它是一个由资产所有者发行的一个倡议的。那同时呢，也受到了很多资产管理公司的一个支持。那这个 TPI 它的主要的目的是什么呢？就是它在评估企业向低碳经济过渡所做出的准备。那么我们富士罗素也跟 TPI 呢是一个合作伙伴的关系为这个 TPI 进行了这个资料的支持。那么 TPI 呢，它是从2个维度来评判一个公司，分别是这个管理品质，还有另外一个是碳绩效。那么管理品质它更多的是就是去看公司在对这个温室气体排放以及是低碳转型方面有关这个风险机会的一个管制的一个框架。那么我们碳绩效这块呢，看的就是公司将来，尤其是现在和将来就2个都有的这个碳排放路线，它是否和这个巴黎协定中国际目标和国家承诺是匹配的，还是说要进行一个对比。那么呢，这个呢是一个所以 TPI 呢，它是对这个评估企业，尤其是它把将来的这个一个变化也考虑到了进来。那么另外一个是这个气候行动100家。那气候行动100家呢，主要是由投资者主导的一个全球合作倡议活动。那这里呢，我们也看到，就是说它对这个公司董事会和这个管理层对进行了这个就是要求进行了以下的这个3点的这个承诺。所以呢，我们综上我们看到，就是说投资者对企业的要求已经真的不再是基本的这个我们所说的 ESG 信息的披露了。我们也同时看到这个投资者对企业的要求已经扩大到比如说气候方面，而且以及是要采取真的是就是说要求企业去采取相关的行动制定管制框架，还有相关的政策方针。所以真的是我们看到，不管是企业也好，投资者也好，资产管理者、监管机构，就多方都在非常积极的去推动整个行业的这个发展。 那么今天我跟大家就先分享到这里，主要是针对监管机构和气候变化这2个方面。那么下面我就请我的同事 Gary 跟大家分享一下更多跟数据和这个金融工具方面的一些信息。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Ying, for taking us through what's happening around the world. Now, allow me to take you through some investment trends going on globally and in Asia. This is a graphic of the global AUM of ESG funds by asset class taken from our Global Fund Flows database. This chart will take us from 2016 all the way through the first half of 2021. As of June 2021, there is just under $45 trillion being invested in ESG funds. Now, I circled a slight dip in March of 2020, but that was likely due to redemptions from fear and uncertainty of COVID. This dip was short-lived, and funds quickly flowed back into ESG investments the following month. Aside from that dip, AUM in ESG consistently has grown over time. The different colored bars represent asset type the world is investing in. The blue bars represent equities and is the largest growing investment since 2016 until now. If you think about it, this makes a lot of sense because publicly listed companies are the first to be evaluated and assigned ESG ratings. Once more of this data becomes available, then investments in other asset classes such as bonds, mutual funds, and ETFs will also follow. Now that you have an understanding of the global landscape, I want to dive deeper into Asia. The interest in ESG, or socially responsible investment funds, really started to pick up in Q2 of 2020. And this is represented by the blue arrow that you see on the chart. If you compare the slope of this chart to the previous slide, you can see that AUM is growing at a much faster pace in Asia than the rest of the world. The yellow bars represent actively managed funds, while the orange bars represent passively managed funds. Many of these passively managed funds are benchmarked against a FTSE index. Both are gaining momentum, but since 2020, it is very clear that the leader is still active investing. Passive investing is also growing, but their size is definitely much smaller. Now, it's not represented in this chart, but according to our data in 2020, AUM of ESG funds in Taiwan were $29 billion. And that equates to roughly 19% more than the previous year. So the demand in Taiwan for ESG funds is very high. We see a lot of demand for information, and this will be a big investment theme in the coming years, especially when this concept is understood by retail investors. Now, what does this mean for listed companies? Financial professionals are hungry for ESG data, and they are looking for as much transparency as possible. When they are researching companies to invest in, they're looking at these metrics for their screening process. So not only is it socially responsible for you to be transparent with ESG disclosures, but it can also help boost your investors' confidence. Now, providing this transparency to the financial community is core to what we do at Refinitiv. I'm first going to spend a little time describing ESG information that we provide to the community, and I will also share with you our methodology. In terms of ESG ratings, we cover all constituents of the global indices that you see at the top of your screen. Currently, we have over 11,000 public companies with ESG ratings, and we continue to add more each year. Now, since we've been collecting ESG data since 2002, we also carry the historical ratings of companies, so you can see how these companies have improved or deteriorated over time. We deliver all of this information to our customers by way of API or desktop application. Now, how does a company like Refinitiv collect all of this information? All of our ratings are quantitative, and it's very important for me to stress that we do not provide opinion-based research. The ratings are unbiased and based on factual information taken from annual reports, company websites, official filings, and news sources. Our data collection process involves a combination of machines and humans. We leverage technology to automate the majority of our data collection, and then we add a layer of humans of over 350 content analysts to help with things like due diligence, peer analysis, quality assurance, and foreign language translation. Now that you have an understanding of how data is collected, I'd like to share how ratings are formed. We hope that this information can give you a little insight and guide your company to, 1, obtaining an ESG rating, and 2, elevating the quality of your rating. We are very transparent with our methodology, and you can find the full document on our website, and I'll post a link at the end of this presentation. Let's start at the bottom of the rating pyramid. We first start with more than 500 ESG metrics. Now, although not all these metrics are used to determine an ESG rating, it's important that you provide as much information as possible because professional investors are looking. A lot of asset managers are starting to include these metrics as factors in their investment process. So the more information they have, the greater your chances are of being included in their screening process. The 500 plus metrics are then filtered to the next level of 186 comparable measures, which are then used to calculate a company's ESG score. It's important to note that in many jurisdictions, they will offer guidance on what you should disclose, but they may not make disclosures mandatory. So when it comes to calculating an ESG rating, if a company does not disclose a metric which is materially important to that industry, it is possible that it can negatively impact their ESG rating. So a tip for all you folks listening, when it comes to your disclosures, more transparency is always better. Now, the next layer of 186 comparable measures are then used to form scores in 10 categories broken out into 3 individual pillars: environmental, social, and governance. You can see the 10 categories underneath. These scores are then rolled up to form one aggregate ESG score. Now, you may have noticed that on the right-hand side, there's one extra pillar in gray called ESG controversy score. This is proprietary to Refinitiv, and it's important for me to explain briefly. Now, once disclosures are made either annually, semi-annually, it doesn't mean that a company's ESG position won't change. Positive or negative news can impact a company's ESG ratings in between disclosure periods. Because of this, Refinitiv implement artificial intelligence to detect various controversial topics mentioned in the news. Examples of the 23 topics can be found on the right-hand column, and just quickly take a look. Now, once a company has both an ESG score plus a controversy score, they get the ESG combined score that you see at the very top. Now, I mentioned previously the importance of materiality in ESG ratings. This is a quick example of Refinitiv's materiality matrix. Not all companies are going to be measured the same way. The weightings of category scores will differ between industries. Our quant model will analyze global companies by industry, and then we determine the data fields that are most significant or materially important. You can see the differences in weightings for the 3 different industries on the right-hand side. In this example, we are comparing communications, semiconductors, and construction materials. Now, both the category weightings and the pillar weightings, as you can see, are all very, very different. Now let's take a look at the finished product. What you see here is an example of what the final result looks like after all data is collected, verified, and calculated. This screenshot is taken from our desktop application where you can view all ESG scores. You can also view long-term return scores for companies. And in addition to the high-level ESG scores, it can also be used to view the 500 plus detailed metrics that I had mentioned previously. Now, this is what our investment professionals will use for analysis, but it is also used by companies to compare themselves with other peers in the same industry. Now, how can your company obtain an ESG rating? Taiwan's FSC has mandated that public companies start disclosing ESG-related information next year. They have requested that companies publish CSR reports, and they also requested they disclose ESG-related information in annual reporting. So as long as you do this, and you do it timely, you make all the information available, our machines and humans will pick them up, and we will rate your company. Now, just because your organization may not be a constituent of a global index, or because you are not a listed company, does not mean you cannot obtain an ESG rating. If your organization would like to be more proactive in contributing ESG disclosures, or would like a faster turnaround in obtaining an ESG rating, you can do so through our contribution platform that you see on the screen. This screenshot is a web-based platform, and it will provide you help through the disclosure process. This contribution tool will walk you step by step through the data requirements. It can also link your disclosures to any of your official documents, and it will provide descriptions of the various metrics. And in this example, it'll describe what animal testing is, and it will give you guidance on how you can answer this disclosure. Okay, before I wrap up, I'd like to leave you with some information that is very Taiwan specific to demonstrate how well we are doing in terms of transparency as a country. When we evaluate our data, we have the ability to calculate the transparency percentages of ESG rated companies. As you can see, Asia's transparency is at 35%, and Taiwan is currently at 53%. What does this mean? This means that on average, Taiwan companies disclose 53 of total metrics. On the right-hand side, you can see that telecom, diversified retail, food and drug retailing are the most transparent, while hotels and entertainment, leisure products, and real estate operations are the least transparent. Now, Taiwan has improved their transparency year over year, and we hope that these percentages continue to improve as years go by, and Refinitiv are here to help. Now, with that, on behalf of LSEG, I'd like to say thank you for your time and attention today. I hope that you found this session insightful. We all have a role to play in sustainable finance. As mentioned before, Refinitiv are fully transparent. All of our high-level scores, our full methodology, and materiality matrix can be found in the link that you see on the screen. If you would like more information or would like to speak to our team in Taiwan, feel free to reach out to your local LSEG or Refinitiv account manager, or you can always contact me directly at the email address that you see. Thank you again for having LSEG be a part of your session today. Take care and stay safe.
Vpon 作为亚洲领先的大数据公司，他们专注于透过数据的分析顶尖技术，来为客户提供亚洲最广泛的行动装置数据，为企业找出数位行销解决方案。Vpon 的营运长 Arthur Chen 将跟我们分享的是数位转型的重要性，跟透过大数据一窥未来金融该有的样貌。欢迎 Arthur 的分享。
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you for your time for joining the DAY Summit. This is Arthur Chen from Vpon. I'm the CEO of Vpon, responsible for running the entire business for Vpon Group. So here today, it's a pity I cannot fly to Taiwan, show up face to face, talk to you, shake hands. But I think the next 30 minutes, I tried my best to share with you some of the insights of how our company deal with our clients to see the change of the big data and how it helps for your business. All right, so let's take a look at today's agenda. Okay, first of all, I'm going to talk about how the speed of big data accumulation changes in the past decades, and then how we apply those insight and data on the new industry development. And more importantly, besides the new industry, I think there are lots of traditional industry marketers or business owners. They would like to know how we could actually apply the data applications on between the new and traditional business. And finally, of course, I get some takeaways for you. So before we actually talk about data, so let's take a look about one of the hot topics recently. It's about vaccine, okay? So hopefully everyone is safe and get your vaccinated. But if we look into the development of the COVID-19 vaccine, I think you will be surprised of how fast it has been worked out since the outbreak of COVID-19. So because when we look back, I think both Hong Kong and Taiwan has been suffering from SARS. Okay, it actually has been taking the medical industry for over 15 years in developing the SARS vaccine. But in fact, it took us less than 1.5 years for COVID-19 vaccine. So in fact, the reasons behind, I think one of the core reasons is about the accumulation of technology, experience. We developed a new vaccine based on what we have before. And then more importantly is because of the urgency of and the seriousness of COVID-19. So all of the government in the world has put huge and tremendous resources to speed up the development of COVID-19 vaccine. And one of the missing points is if we take into rules and regulations, most of the governments and legal and medical industry, they are actually giving a lot of exceptions for launching the COVID-19 vaccine. So I think overall, with all those reasons, it makes us why we have the vaccine so quick. So then you may ask, what is the relationship between vaccine and data? Okay, so if we look into the data accumulation recently, based on the research and the prediction, we see in 2025, that means 4 years from now on, the data accumulated in the world is actually around 10 times than, equals to what we accumulate in the past 10 years. So that means the speed of data accumulation is actually getting way faster than what we expect. So to help you to more easy to understand the huge amount of data, I do some calculation for you. So we predict there will be 175 zettabytes altogether in the world by 2025. And if we turn into a MacBook calculation by a 512 gigabyte MacBook, that will equals to actually 367 billions of MacBooks. So I think you could imagine how much data we're going to have in the next few years. So out of those data or the marketers or business owners, if we do some survey with them, you will see actually their attitude towards data is actually quite positive. Over 90%, almost 90% of them agree that the importance of data and they're gonna apply them in a very short period of time. But in fact, intention is one thing, but what they're actually doing is a little bit different. We see out of that 95%, in fact, only 41% of the enterprise actually had made some true actions towards applying the big data in their organizations in an ongoing basis. And out of that 95%, in fact, only 31% of them is able to extract the value of the data and apply the true insights through data. That means, in fact, over 67% of them have difficulties on starting the real work and scalable data projects. So in fact, the most frequently asked questions in my daily work is, hey Arthur, do you able to refer me some data candidates, either data analysts, data scientists, or people who knows data or do data visualizations? So I think that's the common pain points for most of the industry players. Either you're a solution provider or you're the client side, even for Vpon ourselves, we are facing a similar a challenge. It's very hard to hire relevant talents and get the valuable insights nowadays, even we know the value of big data. Okay, so based on all the experience, all the communications, all the research, I think we would like to provide one statement for all of you. It's about if you get the irrelevant data insights, sometimes it's actually worse than having zero data. Because we all know having data, the major objective is to help you, assisting you to make right decisions. That means if you have zero data, worst case, you're feeling a little bit blurred, then you may delay your decision making. You may need to use some traditional way to help you collect data and make some sort of decision by experience, by different types of research. But if you get irrelevant data or wrong insight from the big data, then it may actually drive you to make wrong decisions. So that's why we think if you get irrelevant insight, somehow that may be even worse than having zero data. Okay? So after understanding how fast big data is accumulating in the next few years, so now let's take a look of how we apply the big data analytics skills on the new industries. So today we pick one of the most famous hot topics here in Asia is about virtual banking. So I think in Taiwan we have 3 licensed bank. Okay, it's Rakuten, Like Bank, and the Next Bank. So, but in fact, last year in Hong Kong we have already launched 8 licenses, and the first one in Asia will be Japan. And not to mention Southeast Asia development, we see even in Indonesia, Vietnam, and Malaysia, they're actually actively exploring the virtual bank and digital bank service in local countries. So you may be curious, how's the behavior between Taiwan audience and Hong Kong audience in virtual banking field? In fact, Vpon, we launched some of the research reports. So if you are interested, you may go to our website to download the real report. So out of the reports, we have picked up some good insights here today to share with you. So if we look into Hong Kong and Taiwan market, in fact, the penetration of Hong Kong is slightly better than Taiwan. We see almost 90% of the Hong Kong citizens has installed the virtual bank apps, and around only 7% of Taiwan citizens has the virtual bank apps. And out of the audience picture, we see is quite different. In Hong Kong, it's very focused on the young generation, young audience. So you see the app preference, besides finance, of course, if they pick virtual banking, that means they want to use the finance services. But on the other hand, they are very focusing on gaming and comics and entertainment areas. But in Taiwan, we see the interest level is actually quite diversified. Besides, they have on the finance services, they actually love reading the travel information, even though it's still under COVID. And also, they will see a lot of shopping information. And if we look in depth about the demographic, you'll tell more understanding about how creates the difference of the behaviors. Because in Taiwan, we see the audience actually treat virtual banking as an extension of traditional banking service. So the users' portfolio and demographic is actually more mature. In Hong Kong, it's more like a completely new market. So people who are actively using virtual banking, the young audience, they just get their new ID, and most of them are actually completely different than the traditional e-banking. And then if we further look into their active timing, you see another interesting point. So in Taiwan, I think most of the users, they're actually quite active using the apps during the office hour. Okay, so I think that's one of the standing point for why for the mature audience, they have no time in handling their financial work, so they have to do it in the daytime. But in Hong Kong, most of the active users, they actually using the apps during the midnight time. So you see some of the users actually spend their time on working on the virtual banking by 3 o'clock at midnight, 4 o'clock at midnight. So that's actually quite scary. Okay, but it's based on those findings from our data pool. And then if we look into their, as I said, if we look into the interest level, Taiwan audience, they love to see shopping information, because I think one of the reasons is about the very active e-commerce penetration in Taiwan. And then they also, surprisingly, they also read a lot of child caring information. So that means very likely they're people middle class with family, then they kind of have a very all-round interest. But in Hong Kong, I think it's quite straightforward. Youngsters, they look for gaming, entertainment, electronics, gadgets, and F&B. So you see, even in such a very closely similar culture environment, and with such a very similar launching timing period between Hong Kong and Taiwan, we see a way different customers' behavior. So in conclusion, we will see how big data and we've created the opportunities is. First, if we apply those data collections, analyze the data, visualize them, it actually helps all the decision makers to make faster decisions. That means if you are the marketers in Taiwan or in Hong Kong, now you know how your customers look like, and then you won't go to the wrong direction. That means if Taiwan, if you purely by your subjective prediction, you may just follow the direction in Hong Kong, but in fact, that's not the correct direction. Vice versa, if you're Hong Kong marketers, Hong Kong business owners, if you think in a wrong way, then you make a completely different direction, completely different decisions. So I think one of the core advantages of applying big data is it helps us to improve the operations efficiencies and make our decision making very data driven and very speedy and very accurate. And more importantly, and based on those findings, you'll be able to provide some very personalized product and customer experience to your end customers. So by end of this showcase, I would like to share a video with you about how Vpon's finding earlier of the year. So it takes you like less than 1 minute, so be patient.
App Voice, be your inspirator.
Okay, so thank you for your patience for watching the video. So I think now you understand, in fact, there are some ready-to-go BI products in the market that help you to see some of the instant insight in the mobile phone users. So now another FAQ I always facing is, hey Arthur, I am a very traditional marketer or business owner. So how can I apply data applications or apply data usage in my own industries? So here today, besides the virtual banking, which is a very up-rising industry, I want to bring you another showcase for how we help the traditional brands and maybe even more than how you imagine to apply the big data in their business. So here's the brand Li Jinji. I guess every Chinese or every in Asia, even when the time I went to Africa for some small islands, I found the source of the company, the product of the companies in the convenience stores. So I think in fact they have a very strong brand, but still, even they have a strong brand, strong product lines, they have to develop their business. So how we apply the data to assist them? So here we go. So we've more focused because they're extremely strong in Hong Kong. So we focus to help LKK how to diversify their marketing strategies in different markets in Asia. And here I picked up 2 countries as example for easy explanation. So one is Japan. So in Japan, their brand name is relatively new. So we need to help them to enhance their exposure in Japan market. In Singapore, they actually are quite well known, just like Hong Kong or Taiwan. So we assist them to acquire bigger market shares. So in the 2 countries, we have the 2 different objectives and dimensions. So, but the similar approach is First, we accumulate all the data insights, audience insights by using the app detections, by using Vpon data segment, by understanding consumption behavior, by understanding the user's location, and then all together we consolidate what we call market insights and help them to develop some personalized audience portfolio. And then we separate few dimensions. One is about the young families, couples. Another will be like from the male, because potentially, usually in the past, when we're talking about food and beverage or all the kitchenwares, we always target the housewife. But this time, we try to reach some potential male audience. Okay, so based on the two new audience types, we do some lookalike expansion in the network and in the Google, Facebook. Okay, to see how's the result. And then we also make some very personalized ad message, ad format, and with video, different types of food message on top of that, and apply those delivery on different platforms, include but not limited to Vpon platform. As a result, based on those insights and all the findings, lookalike expansion, then we see, in fact, we help them to triple the visit traffic in their official website based on the campaign period. And then more importantly, when we look in the video ad completion rate, because whenever we see the ad, we found the content is irrelevant, usually we just click the close button. But in that case, we see since the audience type is matching with the content, so we see actually the feedback of the ad performance has been increased almost double. So I think that's a very solid showcase of even you're a very traditional brand, if you are correctly applying big data technology in your campaigns, then it actually helps you to set up very diversified different strategies in penetrating different audiences and eventually help you to expand your business line. All right, so here's the recap. Okay, besides the campaign performance, I think is more to the customer themselves. It's more important is to help them to understand their audience more in a more in-depth way, because as I mentioned before, they may have some of the perception of their audience that will fall into the mature housewife, or some of the very mature or mature market, mature segmentations. But it actually by using those new technologies, actually help them to expand their business line to reach some of the new potential audience and help them to develop the data accumulation in a more sustainable way. All right, so after we look into a very traditional food brand, so how's another famous industry food delivery works out with Vpon? So let's take a look. So today I cannot disclose the actual brand name, but I think you can tell it's either A or B or C. So we will see how they work with Vpon. If we look in the food delivery industry, of course, they are very famous. I think they are actually running out of food deliverers. They are very actively used by all the audience in Taiwan and Hong Kong and in Asia. But in fact, one of the major challenges of this business model is about the limited business hours. Because we all know the time we apply, we use the food delivery apps, usually is for breakfast time, lunch time, dinner time. That's all. So that means from their perspective, even they have a very good penetration of the audience in the market, the actual business hour in one day to them is maybe just 4 to 5 hours altogether. So we see that's actually a huge race when we look into their huge coverage in the audience pool. So we see they want to expand their business line to grocery delivery. So that means they want to be convenience store, they want to become supermarket as well, to ship the products to their end users. But we know the people who use food delivery service may or may not be different, than the users of the grocery services. So we need to find out whether they are the same one or they have the different one. Okay, so first of all, we try to bring in a new sustainable business model under this challenging and very competitive market. So then we help them to understand, to diversify their service, and more importantly, to work out a very clear marketing positioning by using our data. So here's some three key steps. First, based on what the data they have on hand, we try to first identify the target loyal campaign clickers. That means people who always switch on the apps, who always click about the food delivery ads, who always click about those food contents. Okay, so we first identify the valuable users. And then we also understand for the food delivery service or grocery delivery service, it's very much correlated with your location. That means if you are living in Taipei cities, very hard for you to using the vendors from Taichung, right? So that means location does matters, especially for those delivery service providers. So that means we help them to break it down for some exclusive location-based solutions. And more importantly, to combine with Vpon DMP, with all the transaction data, all the purchasing behavior, app preference, then altogether we are able to provide some more accurate targeting for them. So eventually we help them to enhance their revenue growth by leveraging the data insights, but not only creating clicks only or creating inches, but in fact help them to increase their sales revenues. And then just like what we have done in LKK, we make personalized message for some specific interest audience and then leverage them and push them from traditional purely food delivery service to grocery service. Okay, so after you've seen those different showcases, I think there are some key takeaways for you. So you see, under pandemic, we all understand there are lots of difficulties in different industries, so including Vpon, of course. But in fact, we find diversification is actually a huge opportunity for different business owners. So, and more importantly, by applying data or correct data insight, it's not only to helping you finding some new dimension or new angle for promotion. In fact, more importantly, it helps you for the digital transformation and eventually help you to grow your business revenue. I think that's the most important point here. And when talk about customer relationships, before we always talk about how we analyze their behavior using CRM to maximize their lifetime value. But in fact, very limited of business owners think about the user experience of their customers. So by segmentize the customers, understand their preference even in advertisement, then you in fact able to provide some very personalized and tailored message for them, and eventually help to improve the customers' bonding with the brands. So, and finally, I think applying the data analysis to in your customer base is actually help you to build up a more sustainable business model. That means if you have business model A, now by understanding more in-depthly about your customers, in fact, you are able to leverage those insights to expand your business model and actually eventually turn your business model to a more sustainable way. So I think that's another key important point for applying data usage in all your activities. So I think that's pretty much for my sharing today. So last but not least, I would like to give you some recap of my personal portfolio. So as I mentioned, I am the CEO of Vpon, so I help the company to expand the business, transform from a purely Taiwan company to an Asia company. So now I'm responsible for China, Hong Kong, Japan, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia market. And personally, I am active data committee members of IAB. And then I have over 12 years of working experience in digital industry and data industry. So that hopefully today's sharing will give you some more insights or different angle point of view to think about how is the relationship of your company with data. Okay, and for Vpon, we start from 2008, and then now we already cover 8 markets, and then have all the penetration among not only North Asia but also Southeast Asia. So if you have any extra questions about today's sharing or presentations, feel free to come to us, and then we're more than happy to answer your questions. So thank you very much for your time.
XREX 是一家由国发基金、Skype 创办人 AppWorks、WI Harper 等基金共同投资的区块链新创公司。他们以推进新兴市场、普惠金融为直至，利用区块链的技术来提供数位货币跟法定货币的服务， 会集包括了资讯安全、法遵、区块链、金融科技、跨境支付技术、发展创新的跨境金流解决方案。两位共同创办人包括了Wayne跟Winston，他们可以说是完美结合了对于普惠金融的热忱、区块链的技术专业跟跨境贸易支付的经验。欢迎Wayne跟Winston一块为各位勾勒出未来金融的愿景。
Hi everybody, we are XREX. We provide socially enabled inclusive financial access. My name is Wayne Huang. Thank you very much for having me today. Our mission is to accelerate international payments for emerging economies using blockchain. We're servicing emerging economies with large in and outflows of cross-border B2B payments. We're particularly focused in India, and from India, we also serve Vietnam, Thailand, South Africa, and the Middle East. A bit about myself. My name is Wayne Huang. I am co-founder and CEO to XREX. I'm from a very technical background. I grew up programming and I studied computer science, bachelor's, master's, and PhD. After completing my PhD and servicing a 4-year mandatory military term with the Taiwanese military, we started our first company called Amorize Technologies. It was an enterprise cybersecurity company based in Taiwan, but servicing mostly enterprises in the US. Eventually, we had 9 of the top 10 US banks and 56 of the Fortune 100 as our customers. In 2013, we accepted an acquisition by Proofpoint, a cybersecurity leader listed on NASDAQ and based in the Silicon Valley, Sunnyvale. We all stayed there for another 5 years until late 2018 when we decided to leave Proofpoint and start XREX. XREX is a blockchain fintech company. My team and myself were very well known for our cybersecurity related research. We've been covered by most major media, and we regularly speak at the best, the most prestigious cybersecurity conferences worldwide. XREX, we're invested directly by the Taiwanese government as a direct investment, and the government has a board seat on our board. Other investors include banks and public companies. For example, SBI Holdings, they're a Japanese publicly listed venture capital. CDIB Capital Group, they are Taiwan's largest banking group, one of the top 10 public companies by market cap, and they own KGI Bank, KGI Securities, and also China Life Insurance. All are public financial institutions in Taiwan. Esam Financial Holdings, also a public company. They own one of Taiwan's most innovative, forward-looking banks, Esam Bank. Systex, also a public Taiwanese company, specializes in providing software for the financial and banking industries. Systex is the largest IT services provider in Taiwan and have expanded to more than countries in the rest of Asia. 3D Capital is a publicly listed VC firm in Canada, and we also have MetaPlanet Holdings in Europe, AppWorks in Taiwan, W. Harper, they have offices in San Francisco and Taiwan. Seraph Angel Fund is a very well-known investor on the US East Coast, and Global Founders Capital from Berlin. So these are our investors that are backing XREX. So as you can see, our investors are very regulator friendly, and it helps a lot in XREX in our conversations with regulators in emerging markets and in our application of financial licenses in these markets. What do we provide? We provide two services: exchange, SaaS. So we allow any small, medium money transfer operators to start their own online Forex exchange for free and very quickly. Our KYC process is, of course, very stringent, and that will take probably a week's time. But afterwards, it's very quick to start an online Forex and digital currency exchange for money transfer operators in emerging markets. We also provide commercial escrow and money services. These are the two things that we provide. Our exchange SaaS is called My Exchange. It really is a Shopify for exchanges concept. We allow any money transfer operator to launch their own exchange in 3 minutes and for free. You have a dashboard to analyze your users, to understand user analytics, and to manage your users. Our commercial money and escrow service, we call it escrowed bid checks. They're very similar to an SIP 98 cashback guarantee or a UCP 600 standby letter of credit, except BidCheck also supports digital currencies. So for a cross-border merchant that is paying, that is importing something and paying the manufacturer in digital currencies such as USDC or USDT, then this merchant can use an escrow bid check as an escrow service to cut an escrow check to the seller. The seller, upon receiving this escrow check, would be comfortable then to ship out the goods. Once the goods are shipped out, the buyer can then release this escrow bid check, and now the bid check is settled. The seller now has the digital currencies, and the shipment would be on its way to the buyer. So here is an example of the flow. There are different scenarios, but we facilitate many combinations of B2B cross-border payments when it involves the use of both digital currencies as well as fiat currencies. And our platform supports the free exchange between a digital currency such as USDT and a fiat currency such as the US dollar or the Indian rupees. Some of very important features that we support in our platform in order to bolster user accountability and transparency. One of them are public profiles. Our public profiles are mandatory public profiles that are available to every one of our users and that cannot be turned off. They are much like a LinkedIn profile for crypto-enabled business people. When you go to a user's profile, you can see how many bid checks this user has cut. You can see what level of KYC this user has passed, what type of KYC, whether it's an individual KYC or a corporate KYC, the level of KYC this user has passed, and how many mutual contacts you have between yourself and this user. This type of public profile is created for every single one of our registered users and is mandatory, and you cannot turn it off. It really is a great tool to bolster accountability and transparency on our platform. We also provide the world's only deposit and withdrawal address risk detector. This is to keep digital currencies and digital assets flowing in and out of our platform to be super safe and clean. As we know, every single transaction on the blockchain is forever stored and fully transparent. Therefore, every single digital US dollar, such as USDT, has a different history. So if a user has purchased some not very clean USDT, let's say past 30 transactions, this USDT actually has gone through a sanctioned wallet or a wallet of a politically exposed personnel, and then eventually makes its way to this user, and this user deposits this USDT into our platform. We will either give a red tag or we will give a yellow label for this deposit. For clean deposits, which are 99.9% of the time on our platform, we're going to show a green label. If the asset is too dirty, then we're going to have to freeze this user's account, work with the user, and possibly also have to work with local law enforcement and authorities on this incident. This feature to visualize for every single user how clean their transactions are, we believe is unique to XREX only. We believe that we're the only platform providing this type of feature. We're also the world's only exchange, the only platform that's building all of these exchanges, cryptocurrency, digital currency to fiat exchanges in emerging markets that are providing one-to-one personalized services and target cross-border merchants. Our exchange owners that are running these My exchanges in emerging markets often are able to provide one-to-one personalized service to educate their clients what digital currencies are. What is USDC? What is USDT? Why are they so fast? And why are their rates so good? And what's the difference between different types of USDT? ERC20, TRC20, what's the difference? And what's the difference between an exchange-hosted wallet versus a code wallet? There are some entry barriers to digital currencies, but digital currencies are and will continue to be a very good tool, very fast, efficient tool for cross-border B2B payments. And we're very passionate about helping the 99% of the world's population that does not yet understand about digital currencies, that does not currently use digital currencies, to get into this digital currency ecosystem. And we do that by empowering our local My Exchange owners, helping them, enabling them with our features so that they can personally help onboard and educate their local clients who are mostly cross-border merchants one-to-one in a very personalized fashion. And now I'd like to introduce to you our other co-founder, Mr. Winston Hsiao.
Thank you, Wayne.
Winston.
Hi, everyone. My name is Winston. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of XREX. I'm a Taiwanese grew up in India. And through my career path, I have always been a cross-border merchant dealing with the emerging countries. While we are doing business with emerging countries, we often facing different problems. First is the problem of the country. Emerging countries are usually facing trade deficit, which means the central bank is not having enough foreign reserve to supply the market needs. And often, the countries are having lack of fairness and poor enforcement of tax and duty system. All this system problem we further extend to the problem of cross-border merchants, in which we're facing lack of forex accessibility, remittance difficulties, and we are always exposed under high currency fluctuation. We have learned that in order to conduct the trades, to continue the trades, to complete the trades, we're using informal channels with the informal exchange rate, which we are bearing high fees and high risk. We often managing company assets in multiple accounts with multiple entities. which we have to maintain multiple financial book of records. And we create, many a times we even have to create multi-importation exploitation documents. The negative outcome of all those acts is that we are always exposed under the market risk. Our bank account might be frozen, our money are scattered in different places, transactions are hard to explain, which we might face the questions from the accountants and auditors. This might further create mistrust between company stakeholders, and we have problems with the financial credit issues, the credit scores. Sending money back home is slowly. Given all that, many of the businessmen just give up the orders from emerging countries. When formal channels fail to function, informal channels are the only ways. What is the solution? We might not be able to change the formal channels, the government, the country, but we can change the MTO, the money transfer operators. In XREX, with the embrace of the blockchain technology, we equip the MTOs with exchange software. We teach them to do the KYC to their customer. We teach them to adopt the AML policy and compliances. We give them the fiat bridge. We give them custodial banking, liquidity, cloud operations, cybersecurity, and we train them to service their customer well. We first solve their problems, and 5 times their revenue. And further, we request them to provide fast, secure, trusty, and timely financial services for cross-border merchants. Currently, we are having active MTOs in India, South Africa, Argentina, Dubai, Hong Kong, Vietnam, and Thailand, and we are expanding. We are looking for partners to join our network, and we're looking forward to service you. Thank you very much.
在这个新常态成为日常的时代，虽然习以为常的秩序被打乱了，不过也因为无常带给我们更多怀疑跟思考，创造出让人很多创新而且眼睛为之一亮的商业模式。从企业的经营角度来看，如果我们能够审时度势，重新想象整个世界的样貌，养成重新思考的习惯，并且从服务的角度来回头去看企业的核心价值，如何对于社会跟环境永续的发展做贡献，必定能够克服万难，迎向未来的挑战。今年 DATE 第2个主题，引领大家一探创新的商业模式，希望这些创新的灵感成为你我对于未来想象的养分。负责 MIH 软体平台的鸿海集团技术长魏国章，旅美期间，他加入了 Steve Jobs 的 Nest Computer， 成为 Nest 公司当中唯一的华人核心软体成员。后来 Apple 收购了 Nest， 魏国章也就跟随着 Steve Jobs 团队一块进到了 Apple， 开发出了 iPhone iOS 还有 Mac OS X 系统。我们欢迎威廉的演说，让我们一探鸿海 3.0 电动车、机器人等科技技术的转型案例。
Hello, everybody. My name is William Wei. I'm the MIH CTO and Foxconn Group's CTO as well. Today, I want to talk about the digital transformation into a true digital economy. First of all, when we talk about digital transformation, we need to talk about digital world has 3 fundamental infrastructure need to be established in order to transform to a truly digital economics. So these 3 infrastructure, the number 1 is digital information revolution that happened since 1995 to the web era till today. This is an era that digital information get introduced to human race in a larger scale. The second is digital value revolution. It happened when Bitcoin started out to be introduced into the internet. I call it digital value revolution. It's based on blockchain technology. The third, but the most important thing is digital identity. How do we establish digital identity? And again, digital identity is especially for the newer decentralized digital identity that has a true trust bedrock that happened after the blockchain. And again, I make it the beginning year to 2008. To now and to the future. First, we want to talk about information revolution. So it's all about internet. Information revolution started out actually a very long time ago. I want to talk about the first internet killer app. 1971, ARPANET by Ray Tomlinson. The first killer app is called email. So everybody take for granted today using email. It's a digital form of communication. That is the first internet killer app. Of course, beforehand, there's some precursor of email, but the mass adoption of internet killer app is email. And the second internet killer app that today we enjoy, everybody in a global level, is called web, the internet web. Everybody use web browser, everybody use the web. This happened in the mid-1990. Started at a CERN laboratory by Tim Berners-Lee. And here I put on the NeXT logo because I was from NeXT. And then the web, the first development is under NeXT machine. NeXT is the workstation machine that Tim Berners-Lee and his team used to create a first internet browser called World Wide Web browser. So next is created by the legendary Steve Jobs, my ex-boss as well. This is the Next in the early 90s. It's called Next Station. And this is Tim Berners-Lee. Now, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, his personal computer Next in the museum now, the Computer History Museum now. And on the right-hand side, you can see this is the Next user interface. Next user interface today turned into Mac OS 10 user interface because Next was acquired in 1997 by Apple to turn into today's iPhone, mobile internet, and also Mac OS 10. And this is the development environment. So now we can trace the information revolution. We started from the ARPANET project all the way to Google came out, WordPress, Facebook, YouTube, and until 2008, then the blockchain paper got published, and people start using blockchain technology. So this is a tweet in a couple years ago by Tim Berners-Lee. His tweet say, "My message to all web users today is this: I may have invented the web," because he truly invented the web, but you make it what it is today. That means the web today started from the decentralized web to now really is a centralized web, kind of dominated by all the global big player, Google, Facebook. So Tim Berners-Lee said that in his tweet, the general rule for us, any data about me, the personal data, whatever it is mine and mine alone to control. So this is advocated about the ownership of all the data that get generated. If you are given the right to use data for one purpose, use it. So it's time to decentralize the semantic web, to make web is more controlled by the people, not controlled by big corporations. So now we want to talk about the second bedrock of digital transformation, that infrastructure is called value revolution. So value revolution is about a blockchain technology. So blockchain in technical term is actually is asymmetric cryptography plus decentralization. Basically, that's the whole thing about blockchain technology. It's not a new technology. It's the way you use technology to construct blockchain technology. So the first blockchain technology, the first killer app that everybody must know is by this person or an unknown character or a group of people. We don't know until today. Name is Satoshi Nakamoto. In 2008, it published this paper, a research paper, but turned into an open source code. It's called Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is the blockchain first killer app. This is the website. Up to today, you can go download this paper. It's 9 pages long. Bitcoin.org/bitcoin.pdf. I encourage everybody who want to understand the basic of a blockchain to read this paper. It's called a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. So Bitcoin paper, this is the abstract by Satoshi Nakamoto. It's about a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. What the problem they try to solve is very simple. It's try to solve this double spending problem, meaning if you have a digital currency, you cannot double spend. You have $100, you buy something, this $100 representation in digital form need to be transferred, cannot be copied, cannot be double spent. So it uses a peer-to-peer network and use a consensus called proof of work to solve this problem, to establish the value system. Here, there's some very critical portions called timestamp server, because basically it's about writing down all the transaction into a block, to organize in the series of event happen in this immutable block called blockchain. So the so what we call so-called Internet of Value. Now today, everybody talk about is BTC, this protocol, the money transfer protocol. So this is a web page called for crypto, all the cryptocurrency available back in 2018, March of 2018. Coin market cap. It lists all available cryptocurrency that represent all the digital value system. At that time, about 3 years ago, the total market cap of crypto is about $300 billion US, and the total token or coins is about a little bit more than 1,500 different coins. Now, fast forward to today, again in 2021 March, on the crypto market cap on coin market cap, it from 300 billion increased to representing 1.7 trillion US dollars of market cap, and the amount of different token or coins increased to almost 9,000 coins. So it's a lot of 3 years. In 3 years, it happened a lot in both volume and the number. So here is a snapshot of each year back in from 2010 till 2018. Every year, the snapshot in around March, the end of March, you clock each Bitcoin, what's the mark to US dollar value from 70 cents to every year multiple to today, well, 2018, 7,000 US dollar. And then 2021, March 23rd, it jumped to 54,000 US dollar. Of course, today it dropped a little bit. Today is almost in September. Maybe it will fluctuate, but it's about 40,000 US dollar. So the second, we want to talk about the second blockchain killer app is by this gentleman, Vitalik Buterin, in 2015. It's called Ethereum. It's another form of blockchain, public chain, model after Bitcoin, the first blockchain application. It's called Ethereum. What it does is add, on top of it, add this computer system can allow developer to create smart contract to do this algorithm, different smart contract to do a decentralized execution of different contract. So that in after a couple of years, 2007, I think it's the big kind of renaissance of ICO event happened in back in 2017. And the ICO is basically the initial coin offering model after IPO, initial public offering in the stock market. So smart contract, right? Then, so internet, we talk about the first internet of information revolution, and now internet of value. So you have data, then you have value, you have dollar amount. Dollar amount means trust. So you have data, you have trust. So what do you want to do about it? I refer back to the film called Matrix. There's two different worlds. One is the fiat world, one is the crypto world. These two worlds is kind of a parallel universe. Their value system is, one is defined by the government, and one is which is fiat currency. One is defined by based on the internet and mathematics and cryptology. It's called blockchain crypto world. So here you can see the Hoover Dam, basically the model, what I call enter the real world. But actually, the real world right now is the fiat currency world, which has all the water, all the liquidity in the Hoover Dam. But once you have exchange, the exchange is sort of this valve to release the water. Water meaning all the value system. You can transfer through the crypto and fiat exchange to transfer fiat value to crypto world. Right? This is the analogy. So in fiat crypto exchange, it's like, for example, Coinbase. You can buy using a fiat money, US dollar, to buy a crypto money, Bitcoin, in this website. So this is a fiat exchange, fiat to crypto exchange. Now, once you get into the crypto world, you have this crypto-only exchange. For example, Binance is do all different pair of exchange between the different cryptocurrency. Here are all the representative of different form of wallet. You put the value into your either cold wallet or warm wallet, hot wallet. So what is wallet? Basic wallet hold your private key, your authorization stamp for any claim of ownership of any assets. It's a private key, a pair of a private key. It also represents your digital identity. So wallet equal to identity. It's a form, a wallet, it's a right to claim value in our real world value or digital world value, the right to claim the digital value. Here is one form of kind of smartphone wallet that you can see here on your smartphone. Some of wallet is in cloud-based on the browser, and all these are centralized wallet. Now, cold wallet is you can disconnect from the internet and guarantee that your private key is holding in this cold wallet. So, what's the problem with the current wallet? It's about ease of use. It still require people to write down this long length of string of encrypted, hard to remember private key. And plus, there's a couple of passwords that people cannot remember. So biometric is really a key to handle your wallet in the future. So basically, again, model is a Hoover Dam, the transformation from the classical value system to the future digital value system, which is the crypto. We have a long way to go. There's still people in the world, there's no bank. So we need to serve these people in a different rural area or country. And how do you make transaction in the future without any trust? It's called trustless transaction. This guarantee, you don't need to trust who you doing transaction with. You need to trust the infrastructure, what we call a trustless transaction using a blockchain. And hopefully it's, ideally fully decentralized, but there's a balance between decentralization and centralization in trust or efficiency. Again, identity and privacy, there's still some problem to solve in the digital economy. Hopefully, we'll have a borderless digital economy and future democracy if that counts. So the last piece that I want to emphasize, I want to talk about is digital identity. Who owns the data? People own the data will own the value. So basically, data represents value. So digital identity is about securing this right to own something, a digital asset. This is the infrastructure that we need to adapt to in order to achieve digital economy. So what is identity? Identity is not about who you are. Remember, in virtual digital world, nobody cares about who you are. What you care about is the identity, the representation of any transaction, sending data, receiving data. So identity is actually what you do online and what you share, which is the context, the content. So when you do sharing a lot of data, privacy is an issue. So who you are is actually the multiple virtual identity that you really are using in the digital virtual world. You can be people, can be you, single person, or people, or company, or devices, like IoT. So this identity is actually universal identity, represent people, represent company, represent any two different point doing a transaction. How? So I want to talk about the digital identity system that currently that we are used to, that is generating a lot of problem. It's called centralized identity world. For example, Facebook, Google, government account, bank account, all these are centralized identity system. But what about another form that people are starting to get used to is decentralized identity system. So this centralized identity system that we all use today, from now on to the future, how do we deal with using the decentralized identity is the issue here. So centralized owned by third party. Your identity owned by Facebook, by Google, by YouTube, by your bank, and it's a dedicated identity system. It's not truly owned by you. You dedicate the ownership, your ownership to other third party. They can make a decision about who you are. So who will end up owning our social identity in the future? Will be web company, government, or us. We own our own identity. That's what Tim Berners-Lee was talking about when we tweeted. So decentralized identity system to ensure you own your own identity is a self-sovereign system. Today, blockchain ecosystem is trying to establish this decentralized identity system. Again, we use Amazon and you as an example. Amazon, if you have an Amazon account, Amazon hold your identity. Instead, in the future, if the self-sovereign identity ecosystem is like Amazon or Facebook no longer own your identity, they only provide the service to you, social service to you, or merchant services to you, but you use your own identity. Everything goes through your authorization because you hold a private key. So now let's talk about in a digital economy about privacy. What is user data? It's all about data. So the definition is any information related to an identifiable or identified a natural person. Okay, any data related to this is user data. And you need to own the data. And the system today not able to give you the ownership for the centralized identity system. So where is user data actually doesn't matter. Okay, it's who owning it. So where is user data stored is less important than users' data ownership. The data ownership that guaranteed by this private key. Again, we talk about GDPR. The purpose of the EU GDPR is to protect user data and to prevent large-scale online platform or large enterprise from collecting data or accessing user data without your permission. They always need to put the user in the loop of any transaction. So again, the solution, right? So self-sovereign identity, using self-sovereign identity to enable permission-based data collection and data access. Now, again, it's ease of use. Lacking ease of use characteristic. Your biometric should be your wallet. It should not ask you any password, try to log in again, all this kind of non-user ease of use character should be eliminated. Again, wallet is private key. It represents digital identity. It represents right to claim your value. So I want to conclude here, conclude the whole topic about data, about digital transformation into the digital economy. The three bedrock. One, infrastructure is digital information revolution that started out already. We have the data. It's very easy to generate user data. The second is the value system. So value system is about trust. We have data, we have trust. Now we need digital identity, we need ownership. So without data, without trust, and without ownership, especially this is ownership, is the last kind of Holy Spirit, Holy Grail to the true digital economic. First, we need to do a digital transformation, get all physical world, all the value, all the representation to the digital form data. And then we establish the trust. We can guarantee the value, ownership of the value. Now, if we have a digital identity established, then three can turn our future economy to more digital economy. Next, I want to talk about MIH to give an update about today's MIH, the progress. MIH is an open EV alliances. Since 10 months ago, we started our MIH to be the Android of EV. We want to create an open ecosystem about EV platform. Since then, we had March 2021, the member partnership gathering event. It was really successful. And in June, we have a pre-launch of MIH Alliances Consortium becoming independent. It was quite welcomed by the community. And just August, we had our first technical committee meeting. And I want to give everybody an update about what's going on. So I want to recap the vision of the MIH. We envision transform the mobility industry to maintain sustainable future in terms of the earth, the green earth, the energy sector as well. Our mission is to create an open EV ecosystem to promote the collaboration in the ever-increasing member within MIH. So again, the strategy is to develop a reference design and standard to realize key technology. This key technology we have focused on software-defined vehicle. So we have a software stack and hardware stack. And to bridge the gap between the mobility player, there's a lot of traditional player, there's some innovative, a new player getting into this field. We want to open up and then welcome them. So MIH Consortium is already become independent, non-profit independent organization. It's an open EV alliances. Everybody interested in innovating the EV industry can join. So we have on the top, we have the board of director. Right now, the board of director is assigned by the founding member to everybody's kind of interim board member to establish the first MIH office. So under the MIH office, we have an advisory committee and we have technical committee. And for technical committee focuses on defining the future technology need and trend. So we have a working group and we also have interest group. And so the August event, we finished the first technical committee to deciding the trend, the category, and what's the topic to talk about. So again, the vision, back to the vision, is the open EV platform. So on the left-hand side, you can see the EV, what we call EV kit, the software defined platform, the SDK, the tool. You know, it has RTOS microkernel layer to guarantee some mission critical stuff and expand to also non-mission critical domain. And then we have a EV service layer, which is the middle tier, middleware, and runtime. On top of it, we'll open up all the API, SDK, library, and tool to developer for them to create a new generation of EV application. Okay, so assuming every application, the whole vehicle will be connected to the cloud and to the internet. And on the right side is the traditional rolling chassis. We turn into a term called skateboard. So skateboard define all the mobility, the dynamic control, the brake, the battery, all the hardware, critical hardware stuff. There's a trend and innovation to more become a moving high computing controller, high computing unit, become a so-called movable HPC. And the goal, again, is leverage on the EV kit, the open up of the EV kit to push a lot of system layer feature, a future feature into the application layer to create an open marketplace. Marketplace like autonomous driving application, BMS application, you know, IVI application, also charging optimization application, and also outside of vehicle, the smart, how do you connect to smart city with smart grid. So the whole, we can see the whole industry. If we can draw the 4 quadrant, we want to focus on more of this upper right quadrant, the high differentiation and high value system. Push the value added in the EV industry and make sure that there is a more personalized, more differentiable. Now, this is the about 20 kind of topic that we will be talking about in the future technical working group. I won't name them all, but you know, if you glimpse to it, you know, motor, VCU, battery, BMS, vehicle dynamic, EEA, whether or not go into the zonal architecture from the now domain base, middleware, runtime, RTOS, OS. These are all really mission critical part of the future EV. Autonomous driving, SOC, domain-specific SoC, drive-by-wire sensor fusion, OTA, security, thermal management system, connectivity, cloud services, in-vehicle applications, smart cockpit, how to create a future cockpit experience instead of just an IVI and display sort of smartphone era of user experience. We want to break the paradigm of smartphone user experience into the true smart cockpit user experience. Energy management system inside in-vehicle management of the energy system, outside smart grid to a smart city. This is a hot topic. And of course, blockchain, we want to establish the identity system into the vehicle, body structure, noise, vibration, harshness, development platform and tool, and of course, safety. Thank you.
LINE 的创新精神跟开发的动能始终令人期待。这次邀请到的是 LINE Taxi 的陈泰成执行长 Ketan， 他是以美国高通前工程师的资历创办了 TaxiGo， 这也加速了台湾在 App 应用程式较设的服务跟电子支付的应用。LINE 看准了它的发展趋势，正式的入主，并且更名为 LINE Taxi。从 Ketan 的分享当中，让我们看看他如何透过了创新的服务，加速了计程车市场的数位转型。
Hello， 大家好，我是 LINE Taxi 的 CEO， 我叫 Kevin， 很高兴可以在 DATE Summit 跟大家来分享一下 LINE Taxi 在这一次台湾的疫情中我们做的一些数位的改变。那先跟大家分享一下 LINE Taxi 到底是一个什么样的服务。那其实我们是从2017年开始，我们本来叫做TaxiGo， 是一个新创公司。那我们一开始就在 LINE 的生态系里面建立一个很简易的聊天机器人，让用户可以很轻松的在 LINE 里面叫计程车。那在2019年的时候，我们被 LINE 投资，然后rebrand 成现在的 LINE Taxi。那 LINE Taxi 现在是一个现在用户有超过100多万个用户。那同一时间，我们合作的在全台湾合作的计程车驾驶已经超过1万多个。那其实今年的疫情对于全台湾的计程车的影响是非常严重的。那从今年的5月19号开始，那就是在第3级的警戒底下，其实我们看到就是计程车的生意影响非常大。那在第3级警戒之后，大概2-3天内，其实我们就看到整体的就是叫车的需求量其实掉了超过70%。那对于计程车驾驶的收入影响非常严重。那大部分的计程车驾驶，他平均一天的收入只是降到在疫情前的大概1/3左右。所以想象一个驾驶，他平常的收入可能就是一天的收入大概在2500块到3000块左右。他在疫情底下，他一天可能跑8个小时，他们还是可能赚到1000到1500块左右的水平。那同一时间，我们也观察到，其实很多的驾驶他在疫情底下也不敢继续去营业。那我们看到大概有大概25%的司机，他们是在疫情底下是没有继续去正常的营业的。那在疫情影响这么严重底下，那我们就第1个礼拜就开始思考说，看起来这个疫情会就是会是1-2个月的影响，就是说不定。那我们可以做什么东西来帮助这些司机增加他们的收入？那也帮助我们整个 LINE Taxi 的平台的持续的发展。那所以第一个，我们只是在想的是，我们怎么保障司机的安全？那其实，在疫情底下，其实虽然很多公司都开始 work from home， 但是计程车的驾驶他们没办法，他们还是要继续的营业。那在这个情况下，其实我们就需要帮他们想一些新的办法，让他们可以安心继续的营业接客。 那第一个我们开始做的就是跟1922就是那个简讯实名制的系统做一个联动。那其实我们看到，其实我们很多的驾驶他们要继续营业的时候，他们其实也需要帮他们的计程车做一个独立的一个场域的代码，然后串联1922这个简讯实名制的系统。所以我们在这个1922系统上线以后，在2-3天，我们就把在我们的司机端的 APP 上面联动了1922系统，让我们的所有1万多个司机可以在2-3天内就直接拿到这个简讯实名制的一个 QR code， 让他们就可以提供给他们的乘客很快速的去扫描，去登录到1922的系统里面。那第二个是因为很多的驾驶他们就是为了收入，他们其实需要继续的营业。那在营业的底下，他们其实都一定会有一些就是确诊的一个风险。所以我们就是开始跟富邦产险去讨论说，我们怎么可以提供一个保险给我们的驾驶，让他们在这个疫情期间还是可以比较安心，有一点保障，继续去营业。所以我们就很快速的推出了我们的防疫的专案，那让我们所有的驾驶都可以很快速的免费通过我们的APP 来加入我们这个防疫保险。那最后，其实在开始有疫苗的，在6-7月的时候，其实开始有一些疫苗。那交通部那边也会希望，就是计程车，就是双北的计程车可以快速的去施打疫苗。所以我们也跟交通部那边配合，一起去让就是计程车比较快速的去打到疫苗。所以我们也有协助，就是通知我们的司机，然后我们也有安排，就是我们的人员协助帮助我们的驾驶去更快速的到达施打疫苗的场地。那其实我们也在2个礼拜内，就是我们的场地也帮助了大概超过2万名的驾驶施打疫苗。那除了让司机很安心的可以就是继续营业以外，其实最重要的是，其实虽然他们在营业，但是同一时间，其实路上的客人是变少的。所以刚才有提到，其实大部分生意也只剩下1/3。那我们到底可以怎么去帮助司机在这个期间内增加他们的收入？所以我们就开始看到，就是在疫情底下有几个比较关键的问题点。第一个是物流方面的。其实我们会看到，其实在疫情底下，就是物流的需求变得非常的大。那其实需求变多的时候，同一时间我们也会看到，就是配送的时间是越来越长的。那以前可能是1-2天就会送到，可能在疫情底下，就是一开始的时候可能会到1个礼拜或是2个礼拜都还没有配送到。那同一时间，其实大件的电商平台，他们还是有一定的配送的量，但是小间的公司，我们也会看到，他们其实很多小间的电商，他们是没有办法找到物流公司跟他们配合的，所以我们就可以看到，其实，在配送生鲜食品的部分，其实需求量是越来越大的，因为大家其实也会担心去正常的传统市场。同一时间，我们也看到，就是在食物外送的部分会有一些机会点，所以我们就开始去对这2个市场做一些更深入的研究。那其实，在生鲜的部分，其实我们第一个看到的是，在第3级以后，停课，然后就是餐厅没有办法内用。那其实本来去帮助，就是提供这些蔬菜跟生鲜的一些店家，在这个疫情底下，他们就是餐厅跟学校的需求量是减少非常的多。那所以他们其实会开始有一些蔬菜绩效卖不出去的一个问题。那所以他们本来就是会看的是一个 B2B 的市场，他们突然要切到去直接供货给消费者这个模式里面。那在大家都会转型到直接卖给消费者的同一时间， 物流方面，就是冷链配送的部分，其实也遇到很多的问题。其实很多的蔬菜，它其实需要配送的时间是非常的短的。他们就是正常的蔬菜，只是从产地出来，可能就是2、3天内，就是没有配送到消费者手上，他们的蔬菜就已经不生鲜了。那所以很多这些生鲜的就是生鲜的电商，他们其实虽然需求量变多，但是他也没有办法供货给消费者，所以我们就在思考一个新的模式，我们能不能直接帮他们合作，让计程车来去帮他们去配送？那所以我们就是跟我们的生鲜的合作伙伴，我们在疫情的就是第3级的开始以后，在1个礼拜内，我们就开发了一个新的服务，叫安心快送。那安心快送的模式其实就是我们跟这些需要卖蔬菜的店家直接进货，那他就是在之前一晚上把货送到仓库里面，然后我们第2天早上就直接从仓库把所有的货放到我们的合作的计程车上面。那有一个重点是，我们就会把我们的计程车当做一个移动的仓库。那基本上在这些货在计程车上面以后，用户只需要通过 Line Taxi 就可以直接去下订，然后直接去配送。所以我们大部分的配送其实都可以在大概30分钟内完成。所以基本上我们通过这个模式，其实解决了在疫情底下就是很多卖家他们没办法配送的问题，然后同一时间我们也让很多的消费者他们不需要去传统的市场或是超市去买菜，他们就直接可以通过 Line Taxi 就可以直接下订，然后就是拿到他们的蔬菜箱。那我觉得这个安心快送的服务，其实在疫情底下，其实我们也得到非常多用户很正面的一个反馈，因为他们觉得我本来在其他平台上面完全都订不到，然后我订了可能就是送过来还要10天后，但是通过 Line Taxi， 我们半个小时15分钟，或是甚至有用户在5分钟内就可以拿到这个蔬菜箱，所以这个是我们在疫情期间就是做了一个蛮创新的一个服务。那另外一块，其实我们会看到是在疫情底下，其实很多餐厅他们都不能内用，所以大部分餐厅都要开始提供一个外送的外送或者外带的一个选项。那其实一般的餐厅，其实在疫情期间，一般的餐厅其实他们已经有跟一些外送平台去合作。那其实很多高端的餐厅，他们本来就是没有想过他们要提供外送外带这个服务。那所以他们在疫情冲击下面，他们没有办法很快速的转型到。那同一时间，就算很多一般的餐厅，他们在疫情前其实有准备了，就是已经跟一些外送平台合作。那在疫情底下，其实很多的外送员，他们其实也有减少了他们就是服务的时间，然后同一时间就是需求量大幅度增加的时候，其实在配送的时间或是配送的动能上面都会变得很慢，所以他们在一些高端的餐厅，他们也不敢跟一些就是一般的外送平台合作，因为他们需要的是一个非常快速的配送，让他们在就是他们送到消费者手上，他们的餐点还是热的。那同一时间，因为他们的不管是摆盘啊，或是他们整个套餐都是非常的高级，还有就是他们有非常的精美，所以他们会希望就是在配送的时候，那个稳定性是比较高的，不会就是在车上就会动了，然后他把他们整个摆盘就是弄到乱掉。那他们希望，这大部分这些餐厅希望营造的是，他们可以把他们本来星级餐厅的一个服务水平，可以再让消费者在家里可以用到。那同一时间，在这些餐厅，其实他们对于一些科技的转型上面是非 非常的慢的，所以我们就开始看到，这个其实也有一个机会点，我们可以帮他们提供服务。所以我们在疫情底下，其实我们也非常幸运，跟一个餐厅的行销公司叫 Food Amber， 我们在疫情刚发生的时候，也看到他们有在帮一些星级餐厅做了一个网站，那希望是让更多的消费者看到他们哪一些星级或是米其林餐厅，它在这个疫情期间是有提供外带的服务的。那但是其实我们会看到，其实大部分的消费者他们需要的是一个订餐的一个平台，然后让他们可以一键把就是外送这件事情做完，然后完成付款，然后在餐厅也可以很轻松的完成这个收款。所以在我们跟他们接触以后，我们就很快速的一起合作，打造了一个 Line Taxi 享送这个服务。那我们就是通过计程车，就是我们做了一个简单的一个网站，让用户可以通过 Line Taxi 很轻松订到这些星级餐厅的一个在为疫情特别准备一个的外送的一个餐点。然后其实大部分就是跟我们合作的星级餐厅，他们一听到其实可以用计程车来配送，他们也会觉得非常的安心，因为他们也会希望他们的餐点是很准时，然后很平稳，然后快速的送到消费者手上。那同一时间，我们也提供了这些平台跟技术，让餐厅可以专注在提供，就把餐点做好，然后我们帮他们处理所有的订单啊、付款啊，还有配送上方面的问题。OK。所以其实通过这个疫情，其实我们也学到非常多的一些，我们也做了非常多尝试，然后学到非常多的新的领域的一些知识。那其实在这个疫情期间，很多商家都被疫情影响冲击的非常的严重。那其实往下走，其实我们也会看到，其实疫情其实虽然现在已经就是疫情的状况已经就是变好一点，但是其实我们看就是很多外国的状况，其实疫情都会是分阶段发生的，所以突然我们也不会知道什么时候会再有另一波的疫情。那所以其实我们会觉得所有的公司都需要有一个备案，让他们可以在下一波疫情再发生的时候，很快速的，就是把备案做出来，然后在不影响公司营运状况的底下继续经营。那所以其实我们也很幸运，就是说我们公司的团队非常厉害，然后他们可以就很快速的在这个疫情底下，就是我们可以快速的做转型，然后帮助到就是我们可以很快速的开发一些新的模式，然后帮助到我们合作的一个价值。那同一时间，其实我们通过这个疫情，我们做了这些新的一些商业模式，其实我们也很幸运得到非常多的媒体的曝光。那我觉得这个是不管是餐饮业或是一般的公司，他们其实需要在疫情底下，虽然被影响，其实但是可以通过做一些新的尝试来持续他们在媒体上面的一个曝光，让消费者在疫情后他们会更记得这个品牌是很有在面对不同的状况底下是很有弹性，可以去应对不同的状况的。那同一时间，其实我们也会看到我们开发的一些新的商业模式，其实在疫情后，其实它也会变成我们的服务上新的一个服务，也会是一个公司的一个新的成长的动能。所以虽然疫情对于我们的公司影响也非常的大，那我也非常的庆幸是我们的团队是很有办法去一直很在创新，然后提供一些更新的服务来服务我们的消费者，还有我们的合作的价值。好，那我今天的分享到这里，谢谢。
共享经济的兴起，加上欧洲兴盛的共享单车，这造就了 Airphone 的品牌诞生。在单车界一路做到品牌总经理的 Mark Peterman， 他一直希望城市里面少一点汽车，让更多人能够骑自行车，达到健康跟环保的双重目标。这样的一个理念，让 Mark 研发出兼具有环保、轻巧，而且不会爆胎的自行车轮胎，不但是夺下了大奖，而且成功的销售到欧洲去。如果您对于环境的永续有着同样一份热爱， Airphone 的成功故事将会给您更多的启发。
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the DATE Summit. This is the Airphone presentation. My name is Mark Peterman. I want to thank the DATE Summit team for their professionalism and their opportunity today. Today, I'm going to talk about megatrends and where there's opportunity inside of megatrends. Currently, we know the post-pandemic reality is going to be much different than the reality we knew before. Now, we have a lot of opportunities inside that pandemic reality to find new business opportunities and also to affect positive change. We're also facing the climate crisis. Climate crisis is a huge challenge to the globe, and there's a lot of new things happening that can help you find opportunities as well as affect positive change there also. And Airphone is involved with mobility. Mobility is basically the movement of people, and mobility is a huge part of the challenge of the climate crisis. Personal car use is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, fully 61%. You might have thought that other categories were higher, but actually it's personal car use that is the biggest contributor. This is much more than ships or aircraft or rail or freight and trucks or the military or other areas. Power plants kept working through the pandemic. They never shut down. We needed energy, we needed electricity. However, personal car use plummeted, and that was reflected in almost a 35% decrease in greenhouse gas emissions over a 3-month period. That's amazing. That kind of experiment could never have happened before. No one could have just said to the entire world, stop using your car. But with a pandemic, people were forced to stop using their cars. And what it showed was there was a gigantic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. This is a big deal because this shows us the kind of effect we can have when personal car use is curtailed or shut down. Now, we can't keep that going on forever. People have to get back in their cars. They have to go to work. They have to shop. They have to do all those things. But actually, it was a momentous event that we could never replicate again. The pandemic just showed you how much we can reduce these things when cars have a significant decrease. However, we need to think about that in the future as the pandemic tapers off and climate crisis becomes to the forefront again, because the climate crisis is not going away. Cars also have a massive impact on the urban environment. You see cities with horrible traffic congestion, places like Mumbai, where 65% of commute times are increased over their typical times. So that means if you're going for a 1-hour commute, it's going to take you 1 hour and 45 minutes instead. That's one way. So you're going to end up spending 3 to 4 hours in your car when you should be spending 2. Many cities around the world have this problem. Taipei, Taiwan, 25 years ago when I first started coming here, had pretty serious car problems, a lot of car traffic. Now, with the HSR, new infrastructure, more trains, more subways, more metros, and also the higher amount of scooter use, Taiwan is slowly getting their traffic situation under control. But it's still very serious in the big cities in Taiwan. So cars are big things. They take up a lot of space. You have to park them, you have to drive them, you have to move them. So they're a huge issue in terms of space and how they challenge our urban environments. Pollution also from cars is very serious because it's not controlled to the point, and a lot of cars aren't well maintained. So pollution can be a serious issue in terms of urban centers with a lot of car traffic. 9 out of 10 European cities have huge amounts of pollution, not just in Asia, but Europe too. So cars produce a huge amount of emissions that need to be controlled. They also, as I said before, have traffic congestion problems, and they don't get any better. The problem with cars is that more and more people buy more and more cars. So if we build more roads, they're just filled up with more cars. And I'll show in a second the fact that the urban populations will dominate the future. This graph is very powerful. Right now, there's probably about 5.5 billion people on the planet. By the year 2050, there'll be 9 billion people on the planet. And 70% of those people will be in cities. So urban populations will dominate the future. So what this means is that more and more people in cities are more and more people that want cars, more and more people that want to go to work. So this means that traffic, congestion, space is going to be dominated by cars in cities of the future. And this is huge. This is a big deal. If you think about mega cities like Jakarta, Bangkok, Mumbai, other places in Asia, Tokyo, cars already dominate those cities. So that's a big opportunity for people to think about how to mitigate that, how to change that. Also, the emissions from those cars, not to mention the space, is going to become a huge problem, because if we double the amount of people in urban areas and they all want cars, we're going to double the emissions. That's a big problem. By 2050, electric cars will dominate the transport systems in the world. That's good news. That means emissions are going to come down. But you can see from this chart that by the year 2050, the amount of cars and transport vehicles in the world will double. Double. That means twice the number of vehicles on the road. Think about your city now. Think about your commute today. Think about how many cars are on the road now and double that in 25 to 30 years. That's a pretty serious issue. So, you know, that whole situation around emissions, urban growth, car propagation, more car ownership, that whole trend is a huge challenge for the globe. So a lot of times these mega trends are pretty serious. You hear them on the news every day. You're wondering, you know, what can I do? What can one person do? And that's a pretty depressing, powerless place to be in sometimes, because you think you can't do anything. However, there are very powerful choices you can make as a person to affect what's happening today for the climate crisis. This is a powerful chart. You'll see on the left-hand part of this chart the impacts you can have as a person, personal choices to reduce your contribution to climate change. On the low impact side, at the very lowest, you have like changing your light bulbs, going from incandescent to LED. Many countries now mandate that that's happening automatically. You can do things like using cold water for washing your clothes. You can also do hang drying instead of using dryers. And actually in Taiwan, people do hang their clothes a lot. They've been a long tradition here. You still see that in a lot of cities. But not using a dryer to dry your clothes is also a personal choice that you can do to reduce CO2 emissions by reducing electricity use. You can also go vegan, stop eating meat. As you get to the right-hand side of the chart, the high-impact personal choices get more and more serious. They require more and more commitment from you as a consumer. But that's where there's some huge opportunities. The biggest one is to have less children. That's a massive impact you can make, but that's a very tough choice for a lot of people. It's a very tough choice. The next choice you can make is to become carless, not having a car. That's also a very big impact, a very big choice, a very big commitment. Places like America, certain parts of the country, that's just not possible. America's a big country, wide open spaces, and the personal car is a badge of freedom for most Americans. However, you see in cities like Manhattan or Boston or San Francisco, smaller, denser cities, people are abandoning car ownership, especially among millennials and younger people. In places like Taiwan, Japan, megacities which have advanced infrastructure systems in terms of transportation, people can abandon their cars, they can become carless, and they can actually become more free. In many cities, take Singapore for instance, it costs $100,000 just to get a permit to buy a car. So cars become very expensive for personal ownership in many parts of the world. So becoming carless becomes an easier choice. However, it's still a choice that's pretty serious. However, living car-free is one of the biggest things you can do personally to affect climate change. You can do a huge amount of benefits personally and globally by getting rid of your car. If you get rid of your car, let's say in Taiwan, it's probably going to save at least 20 to 30,000 NT per month, which is a pretty serious amount of money. No insurance, no gas, no car payment, no parking, none of those things. When you get rid of your car, you really make a big difference environmentally and financially. So it's something to think about. So, all right, How do I get rid of my car? How do I get around? You know, that's a big question. Answer that question for me. So one of the biggest trends in the urban environment right now, urban planning is called MaaS, Mobility as a Service. You've seen that acronym used in other places too, like software as a service, and some other places as a service. This means that you don't own anything, but you use a service, you pay for a service. MaaS is becoming a very big trend globally in cities, especially in Northern Europe, where they're trying to integrate everything into one sort of large system for urban transportation. So what is MaaS? What is MaaS? Mobility as a Service combines transportation services from public and private providers through a unified gateway that creates and manages the trip paid for through a single account. In many urban areas, you have a bike share system, you have a scooter share system, you have a bus system, you have a parking system, you have a lot of different providers of services. You have a lot of different applications, a lot of different sort of, things you have to go through to use something. MaaS is an attempt to bring all of that through a single account. So here's where all the opportunity comes in. So if you're a business person and you're looking for a new opportunity, MaaS presents a huge amount of opportunities for you to integrate yourself in this new scheme, this new paradigm of mobile transportation, and allows you to find a great place to thrive and show your skills and make something that really helps the planet. So here you see a pretty intensive chart. On the left side, you see operators. You see car share, you see bicycle share, you see person-to-person car rental, you see auto ride sharing and auto ownership sharing. On the bottom part, you see autonomous transport systems, you see multimodal systems, trains, all those things put together. You also see the payment systems. You see the parking systems. Down here, you see how to pay other things, how to use monetary, financial part of the scheme. Up here, you see where remote learning, remote telemarketing, remote marketing, remote living, sort of remote rentals happens. So there's a lot of areas in a fully integrated mobility as a service structure that are really great opportunities for a lot of people. A lot of cities haven't brought this together yet. It's not easy. It's not easy. You have to get a lot of people to agree to a system and how to run it to go through a single mobility operator interface. So this is a work in progress right now. I think you see places like Amsterdam, you see places in Germany, you see places in Belgium, you see places in Scandinavia. They're starting to get the MaaS picture more in focus. This is an emerging philosophy and an emerging product. And as a business person, when you see the amount of white spaces in here, the areas that you can populate with your concepts and how you can make this happen, it's pretty exciting. So I encourage you to do research in MaaS, find out where it's happening, and also be an agent of proactive change. If your city doesn't have this, but they have some of the components, you can be proactive and approach your city about this and be a leader or a pioneer. So mobility is a service. Why do cities want to do this? The two reasons are pollution and traffic congestion. They want to reduce pollution. They want to eliminate traffic congestion. So MaaS does that. MaaS allows people to function without a car. To fully integrate a MaaS system, a community must develop a comprehensive system of travel alternatives that are sustainable, affordable, and provide a living environment for all, a good living environment for all its citizens. In a post-pandemic world where remote work is part of the office landscape, owning a car is less critical than before. So MaaS has to have the pieces in place, or it has to be thinking about putting the pieces in place for the MaaS system concept to happen. And this is where these opportunities lie. So yeah, if your city has a MaaS strategy, people can feel comfortable and confident in getting rid of their car. If you show them as a bus, car sharing, car hire, bike sharing, train, subway, metro, all those things, they're like, okay, I can get around. I can get around. I can get around easily. I can pay for it. It's affordable. I can eliminate my car, get rid of that problem in my garage, but I'm happy to be able to go around town and not have to worry about parking ever again. So it's important to give people confidence in an urban area that they have the alternatives to use Moz and then to get rid of their personal car. So bike share is a critical component of Moz. Bike share is the last part, the last mile. It's a train, it's a car, it's a bus. There's other ways to get around. But typically, the bike is the most ubiquitous part of a Moz system. They're everywhere. You see the U-bike in Taiwan. You see swap feet in Amsterdam. You see the share bikes in London. Every big city in the world now has share bikes. They're a critical component. They're the last, the easiest, the most convenient way to get around. Now with e-share bikes now allow consumers or riders or commuters to ride a bike with more confidence because they don't have to be in shape. They can jump on a bike, ride an e-bike, and be very happy about the experience. That's why you're seeing e-share grow so much. So this is where airfoam came into play. E-share bikes are one of the biggest parts of Moz. Airfoam saw a problem with e-share bikes and share bikes in general. It's this: flat tires. Flat tires or wheel system maintenance, which includes flat tires, also includes pressure maintenance. They have to pump those tires up every 2 or 3 days to have the optimal riding experience. Also vandalism, unfortunately. People don't like share bikes sometimes. They vandalize the tires and wheels, bikes out of service. Flat tires are the number one issue, the number one cost issue for share bike operators. That's where I saw the opportunity. So how do you get rid of the air inside of a tire? It's kind of a big problem, right? No one's ever done that before, at least in a way that people accept it. There's been a lot of attempts at airless solutions on bikes. A lot of them don't work. If you go to China, you see a lot of the bikes have solid plastic tires on them. It's a very harsh ride. It actually makes the bike have a lot of vibration, which actually hurts the internal electronics and mechanics. So for an e-share bike, that kind of tire is not acceptable. So I had to invent a whole new system of products that gave an acceptable ride to the share operators, and we've done that. So let me talk a little bit about that. So, our mission is to develop airless technologies to allow cycling in all its forms, share bikes, cargo bikes, utility bikes, recreational, to become safer, more reliable, and more environmentally responsible as well. So airfoam not only enables e-share bikes to be usable, available, and ready at all times, but also it's more environmentally responsible than the butyl rubber tubes that we have inside the wheels. So that's a key point of our philosophy: environmental sustainability. At the airfoam team, we're based in Taichung, Taiwan. We're an international team of experts in bicycle engineering, materials science, product design, and manufacturing. Our location, combined with our experience, gives us the ability to deliver great products, latest technology. Everything's designed in-house in Taichung and manufactured in Asia from high-quality, fully recyclable closed-loop materials. Airfoam actually came about as a result of the cycling world meeting the athletic footwear world. The athletic footwear world has a lot of foam development that we don't know about in the cycling world. Foams are only used in saddles and grips on bikes, but foams are used in the athletic footwear world as the main foundation of the shoe. So I met people from very large shoe companies, Nike, Adidas, others, that knew a lot about foam, and that helped me come up with my idea for airfoam. So this was a meeting of two different worlds in the manufacturing sector. And Taichung's a center of cycling manufacturing, companies like Giant, etc. Taichung's also home to a much larger amount of manufacturers called Nike and Adidas and others. So Taichung's an amazing manufacturing town, a lot of opportunity there. So what is airfoam? Airfoam is installed inside the normal tire of a bike instead of a tube. So we replace the tube, we replace the air, and it's a completely airless system. So this allows a rider to never have to worry about getting a flat tire, never have to worry about pumping their tire up, never have to worry about vandalism, never have to worry about pressure maintenance. The rider can always jump on the bike and have a great ride at any time. It's lightweight, it's fast rolling, it feels like air. That was all the challenges we had to meet to make sure that cyclists were satisfied with our product and that they would accept it. Airfoam is a patented multiple layer foam insert that's designed to give you the same feeling as air. We use high-tech materials in a very highly engineered structure. So airfoam simulates the same pressure in a tire and gives you the same dynamic ride that air does. But by using multiple layers of materials, it can be lightweight, it's very durable, it's affordable. So we're giving the cyclist everything they want. And we allow the share operator to be able to afford this as well and eliminate flat tires from their fleet. So this is part of the bigger context I talked about before. Climate change, pandemic, new ways of mobility. Where do I fit in? I found this as a bike guy. I found that the e-share companies were having a big problem with flats. That was the opportunity. That was the white space. So we solve some pretty serious issues for share bikes. They never have flats. They have no pressure issues. We eliminate vandalism, and we also protect their wheels. Share bikes aren't ridden by pros. They're ridden by normal people every day. So sometimes city streets aren't very nice. They can actually damage the wheels if they hit a pothole. Airfoam protects the wheels from that. So we solve some big issues for share bike operators and allow them to save hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on share bike maintenance. If a share bike has a flat tire, let's say in Paris, share bike has a flat tire, they can't change the tire on the spot. They have to send out a truck. They have to find the bike, send out a truck, put the bike on it, bring it back to the warehouse. I've seen it. I've seen it at Paris Vélib, a huge warehouse full of bikes with flat tires. They have to fix all those tires. They had like 40 mechanics there working night and day, put them back on the truck and bring them back out. That's a minimum of like $40 per flat tire event. We eliminate that. So it's a big deal for them. Those bikes are always available, always ready to ride. They make more money and they're more profitable. So what are the goals for share operators using airfoam? As business people, we eliminate the maintenance of the pneumatic system. We actually can outlast the tire on the system. We have a 10,000 kilometer lifespan for our inserts. It has a smooth and controlled ride quality, so the rider feels safe and comfortable at all times. It's unbelievably reliable, so the bike's never out of service. If there's 2 or 3 bikes sitting there flat, and you bought the pass to use those things, and you can't ever use the bikes, pretty soon you're not going to use those bikes anymore because you're pretty frustrated because the bikes are flat. We eliminate that. We also have true recyclability. Butyl tubes in bikes can't be recycled. They get thrown away. Our product is a closed-loop product. We can bring it back to the manufacturer. It's actually manufactured in Taiwan, the material. They can melt it down and remake our product. So it's closed-loop. It never goes to the landfill. We've made a commitment to pick that product up and bring it back to the manufacturer to demonstrate that. So yeah, green cities. People want green cities. Bike share systems and urban mobility are a big part of that. You know, we maximize bike availability. We maximize revenue. We eliminate wheel maintenance. We eliminate pressure maintenance. If bike systems are available all the time, no flat tires, people have confidence in them, share operators make money, everybody's happy. So that's part of our deal with the business side of sustainability, the business side of addressing mobility, the business side of helping people make money and be profitable. The other side is that it's green, it's sustainable. So this is one of the most important things about this, is that we're helping people to use bikes and not cars. Another big part of it, I said before, airfoam inserts are 100% recyclable. This was a big part of the concept. I couldn't make foam components that were not recyclable. They would not be accepted. So this is one of the first sort of filters in the way I approach vendors. Is your foam recyclable? That's what we use, only recyclable foam. So share operators can make their system greener than the competitors, and they can talk about that. It's an advantage. Also, we help cities eliminate butyl waste. So this is an important part of the whole concept, is to be able to offer an environmentally acceptable solution within this climate change crisis model. We have awards. We've gotten the Edison Awards in 2020. We also got it from Global Sustainable Cities this year in 2021. Very proud of that award. We're looking for more awards, but people are recognizing our innovation and our progress and what we're doing. Some of our clients are all over the world. I'll be in Switzerland next week doing an installation for Pollard, which is the Swiss government's share bike system. They're doing a pilot run in the city of Freiburg for our system, and we hope to have that successful and roll that out across the entire fleet of Swiss bikes. The Swiss people understand the innovation, sustainability, and the importance of this product. We're also, with the Billy Bike, we're in Brussels right now. Trip Ride is a USA share bike company that's coming up. DOT is a massive provider in Amsterdam of scooters and share bikes. We're working with the world famous McLaren Automotive Company for a scooter application. So many people across all walks of life, all different companies, all different purposes are looking at Airphone and saying, hey, that's the future. So that's the Airphone presentation. I'm going to say thanks again, the DATE Summit team, and thanks for your attention and time. I appreciate it. I hope you had some insights and you can find some opportunities in this presentation that I gave you and do some more research on it. Thank you very much.
从对品味生活跟设计商品的坚持，到成为亚洲领先的设计购物网站 ，Pinkoi 一如它的 slogan，Design the way you are。从一个小的坚持，每个人都可以展现出心中最好而且最独特的自己。Pinkoi 台湾的陈玉山总经理，他从媒体代理商踏到行销圈，所擅长的串联议题操作、广宣企划、商品的策略、顾客洞察以及通路布局等等，他的经验。让我们看他如何展现出 Pinkoi 台湾的品牌布局。
大家好，我是 Pinkoi 的 Emily， 今天很开心跟来到这里，跟大家分享一系列在后疫情期间，我们从不同的消费市场观察到了什么样有趣的动态，能够利用今天的机会跟大家做比较多的分享。首先介绍一下我自己，我代表 Pinkoi。很开心今天来到这里，我和我的团队负责的是在台湾区品牌的成长的营运，包括怎么样把海内外的好设计介绍给台湾的消费者，让他们之间可以在 Pinkoi 拥有很棒的相遇，是我和我的团队一直在努力的事情。它不简单，但却意义非凡。今天来到这里，想要跟大家分享的是，提到 Pinkoi 究竟是谁？而我们又扮演了怎么样的责任来串联所有的设计圈，怎么样融入消费者的生活之中？其实 Pinkoi 成立于2011年，到今年已经届满10个年头了。这么多年的期间，我们一直在推动的是设计生态圈的发展，包括你可以想象到的原创的作品、数位的创作，以及很多不一样的体验活动，都透过 Pinkoi 这样子的一个平台。让我们海内外设计师的一些好设计，可以跟来自于不同国家的消费者有更多的互动跟串联，这是我们一直在做的事情。Pinkoi 虽然一直在追求的是怎么样可以给消费者更多丰富生活面貌的灵感，所以你可以听到的，其实什么叫做生活灵感，又怎么样可以描绘你生活的面貌呢？其实它很简单，从你早晨喝的第一杯咖啡。一直到你出门前套上的第一双编织凉鞋，走进办公室，你打开的第一个午餐盒，还有你今天即将要在朋友聚会上送给你好友的客制的纪念礼物，生活的各个方面 ，Pinkoi 的好设计都可以跟着你一起，让你的生活有更多不一样的美好诠释，都可以去建构你对于美好生活的一些丰富的想象，让它可以从想象的世界。落实到实际的社会，而这就是 Pinkoi 一直在推动的一个信仰跟信念。透过不同的海内外的一些好设计的创作能量，我们期待的是可以带给消费者，无论从生活的哪一个方面，你都有很多有趣的设计观、有趣的设计商品，还有很多的一个生活面貌的想象，让你的生活可以更丰富、更动人。刚刚提到了有很多不一样的一些设计圈的推动，那我们一直都致力于网罗海内外很多好的设计作品跟设计能量，让大家能够一起在 Pinkoi 上与大家见面，让大家都可以在 Pinkoi 可以选购到他最喜欢以及最需要的一些相关的设计商品。怎么样可以把这件事做得更有意义呢？从我们成立的 DAY1 开始，我们就一直是跟所有的设计品牌站在同一个阵线上去做最大的努力。不论你是独立设计师品牌，或者是你是艺人工作室，在我们建构这个设计生态圈一个良性的循环的同时，第一个目标是我们跟着品牌一起探索，怎么样可以让设计能量更有商业化的经营。 融入很多不一样的商品设计的思维，还有行销领域的一些营运。我们期待的是可以把所有的设计师的一些天马行空的 idea 落实成每一件设计品，让消费者能够收藏，能够选购。而这是我们的第一步。有了很多商业化思维的尝试，你会发现的是，设计师的设计能量越来越稳定，他不用再顾虑他的三餐，他不用再顾虑我今天的整个的设计生涯的发展该怎么走，他可以有更多的时间专注在他的设计作品上的发挥。第二阶段，我们就会开始思考的是，当我们拥有一系列商业化的一个设计品的建构的思维，下一阶段我们怎么样让更多的人能够青睐设计师的作品，甚至让更多的人加入购买设计师作品的行列？怎么让它规模化？怎么让它能够影响更多人？不仅仅只是台湾的品牌对台湾的消费者而已，甚至它可以是一个跨境交流的。因此，带着品牌走向国际，让台湾的品牌能够站上国际的舞台，为台湾的设计能量发声，让海外的很多对设计品很有支持初衷的消费者也能够选购到来自台湾的好设计，是一个目标。第二个部分，双向的，我们也期待台湾的消费者除了能够支持台湾本土的设计师以外，还有很多的时间可以打开他们的眼界，透过 Pinkoi 的相关的推荐，还有在 Pinkoi 上的各种很任意的浏览，都可以探索到更多，不管来自于香港、来自于日本、来自于泰国等地，很多很棒不一样的海外设计师的作品，也可以一起加入丰富消费者日常生活的行列。所以你可以看到的是，在推动设计生态圈的发展的这条路径上面，我们从跟着设计师一起建立商业化的一些经营模式，到第二阶段，让它的商业经营模式可以更规模化，发挥它更大的影响力。第三阶段，踏上国际的舞台，让海内外的不管是从 buyer 端或从设计师的角度，都拥有更多美好的互动跟不一样的一个对设计生活的想象，是我们一直持续带着所有的设计品牌在努力的过程。截至目前为止，在这10年来，在不同的跨境设计品的推动上面， Pinkoi 目前拥有超过400万个会员。很开心跟大家说的是，总共目前有25000个品牌，不管是来自于国内或是海外，都已经加入 Pinkoi 的行列，在我们的 Pinkoi.com 这样的平台，跟所有的消费者有很多见面的机会。整体来说，目前我们所有主力支持我们的消费者，大概都落在25到44岁，他开始拥有独立的经济能力，对他的生活样态的要求开始有独立的想法咯。他开始对他自己的生活的方方面面的各种面貌有了他的构思，而期待透过 Pinkoi 上面的所有的设计推品，可以来帮助他勾勒他的生活轮廓。这是目前 Pinkoi 成立到现在我们所拥有的创作能量，以及我们目前加入 Pinkoi 行列所有受众的轮廓，跟大家分享。下一阶段想跟大家聊的是，可能透过刚刚简单的介绍，大家已经认识 Pinkoi 是谁了， Pinkoi 信仰什么，我们正在努力的事又是什么。2020年其实不是只有Pinkoi 而已，所有的零售市场，包括全世界的经济局势，都面临了一个非常大的考验，也就是我们都很熟悉，而且我们都一起正在经历的所谓的 COVID 的疫情。在疫情的袭击之下，不管是台湾或是海外其他的地区，我们面临了什么事情，而我们又用什么样的心态正在一一的度过。度过了这样疫情的影响力之后，所谓的后疫情的新常态生活，我们又观察到了什么？也利用今天的机会跟大家做一个比较趋势型的分享。从 Pinkoi 的角度来看，2020年的 Q1 是疫情第一波正式袭来的时间点。我们做了什么事情？在这个第一个非常时期， 我们的执行长在第一时间马上跳出来向大家喊话。我们期待的是：一，告诉我们的消费者，大家不要惊慌 ，Pinkoi 会跟着你站在一起，让我们一起用最坚强的心，能够度过疫情的影响。二，从设计师的角度，刚刚有提到的 ，Pinkoi 一直站在跟设计师同样的阵线，在设计生态圈这一块的相关领域，一直是追求着商业化、规模化、国际化的成长。但受到疫情的冲击，不只是线下品牌而已，在线上肯定也因为疫情经历了很多不得不的变化跟转换。在这段时间 ，Pinkoi 能做什么呢？第一，我们发起了 Pinkoi Stay with You 这样子的专案，我们期待的是跟着所有的设计品牌，化危机为转机。首先，我们创造更好的利润空间，我们主动降低了跟设计师之间的一些商业条件，让设计师更有生存的空间，可以无后顾之忧的继续发展他的设计作品。第二，相对在疫情比较严重的时候，肯定在各种销售上或是趋势转变上，设计师开始会面临不一样的市场需求的变化，包括是不是关注的品项变了，是不是在设计的取向也变了。这段时间我们也开设了非常多的线上课程，不管是从数位行销、商品设计跟顾客受众的面貌了解，都期待利用这个相对看似低潮的时间，让设计师在更有的闲暇之际，可以透过很多的线上课程充实自己，为下一个阶段的跳跃做好准备。因此，在 Pinkoi Stay with You 这样的专案底下，我们从营业端、从设计师各方面知识以及相关技能的充实面，都带来了一系列不一样的课程，帮助设计师一起度过这一段非常时期。当然，除了让设计师的能量可以持续的蓄积、持续的优化之外，我们也投注了大量的广告需求、广告的投放的资源，为的是什么？为的是让每一个设计师辛辛苦苦所诞生的作品，都可以有更多的机会可以递送到消费者面前，让这一段混乱的时间，消费者还是可以好好的思考，他可以运用怎么样好设计，跟着他的生活一起，让我们可以走向不一样的未来。这是在2020疫情刚发生的时候，我们所做的相关的事情。透过疫情的影响，从数据面，今天也可以跟大家带来一系列的介绍。从目前大家在简报上看到的图表，你可以发现的是，数位转型不再只是口号，也不是零售市场里面其中一条可以考量的方式而已，它成为一个必须的做法，必经的过程。从数据的涨幅上面，你可以看到的是，从2020年的年初开始，因为疫情的影响，它加速了数位转型的一些趋势的发展。不管是在新增加的开馆数量，以及在整体 Pinkoi 在内，开始要跟更多消费者接触的品牌总数来说，都可以看到非常明显的涨幅。为什么？当我们失去了线下接触顾客的机会点，并不代表我们就没有可以跟顾客拥有美好相遇的契机点。这时候，线上转型反而成为很多的品牌重新将他的作品、重新将他的创作理念好好跟消费者沟通的一个非常好的渠道。所以你会看到的是，很多的线上品牌开始做一些转移，为的就是可以延续它跟所有潜在受众之间沟通的一些关系，让这个连结可以持续发酵。从第二个角度，我们也可以从不同市场的维度来观察，数位化的引导过程当中，在手机使用上网的趋势，以及在数位购物的习惯渐渐养成喽。从我们可以从简报中看到的各种数据，你会发现的是，以台湾来说，使用手机上网，包括浏览 APP， 包括它在各种的浏览习惯上面，都做了不一样程度的改变。可能以前想象中的，在香港 或在日本其他的区域，它的线下购物是非常便利的。因为疫情的关系，消费者的习惯转移了，他可能没有办法只依赖线下的一些消费的浏览，他反而开始转型在数位的世界探索我需要的日常生活用品，跟我想要购入的任何跟我装点生活相关的一些设计好物，都会从数位的探索中找到更多的契机点。所以从各种我们现在在站内上可以看到的数据，你会发现的是，数位化、移动装置的普及，以及大家浏览购物习惯的平台，有了蛮大幅度的改变跟影响。所以你可以从这边看到的是，那这段期间我们做了什么呢？刚刚有提到的，Pinkoi一直期待的是可以把所有的品牌推上国际，可以让台湾的消费者接触到更多来自海外的好设计。因为疫情的关系，因为数位打破了跨境的限制，也让我们有更多的切入点和发挥的机会，让刚刚提到的这件国际化的一个梦想，可以有更多实践的机会。所以可以从我们的数据中看到的是，从2014年开始往上攀升的跨境交易的订单笔数有很明显的增加，而在涨幅最密集的地方，可以从数据上看到的是2020年开始它呈现直线的上升。在我们整体的订单的规模来说，跨境交易的占比已经来到了30%，所以你可以想象的是，所有台湾的好设计都开始被海外的顾客接触、看见以及使用了，而台湾也有很多的机会，可以跟不同国家、不同区域的设计师也好、顾客也好，有更密集的交流。你也可以看到的是，从这个曲线图上面，2020年对比2019年的销售数据来看，我们的跨境订单、跨境的业绩成长比也来到了83% 的成长比例。所以可以从刚刚提到的，从 Pinkoi DAY1 开始在做的事情，一直到疫情后的一些系列对应，来到了顾客真实的销售反应数据，都可以看到的是，未来在后疫情的新常态生活当中，跨境这件事情不再是阻碍消费者探索更多美好事物的一个樊篱了，它反而成为一个很好的契机点，是帮助我们深入消费者的生活，也打破所谓国境的限制，可以让我们的发挥可以有更多的可能性。走完了2020年，看到了一系列的一些趋势发展。身为听众的你可能会想的是，那2020年之后，我们又要往哪里去？我们又看到了什么机会点呢？第一个，你会发现的是，所有的购物需求以及所有价值观的转变，都围绕着家这样子的议题在做延续的发酵。怎么说呢？从我们相关的销售数据也好，以及内外部的一些需求来看也好，你会发现，因为家外娱乐的需求受到了限制，在一开始，消费者是不得不把他的生活范围跟他关注的方向锁定在跟他生活上息息相关的家的环境当中。但是随着待在家的时间长了，你开始会对你的家有更多的关注，例如你会关注我家里的摆饰，例如你长期的 work from home， 你会开始想要精进你在家里上班、在家里工作上的设备。因为在家里跟家人的互动的时间多了，针对每天大家都需要共同互动的三餐也好，或者是各种家庭的用品，都成为了2021年很明显的一个购物趋势。大家开始想的是，我怎么样让在家里过得更舒适，跟家人的相处可以更温馨。因此，小确幸这样的概念也开始发酵。大家没有家外的娱乐，所以在居家娱乐的项目反而成为了重点，例如居家健身，例如在家里的任何可以玩的一些有趣的事情，例如在家里拼图、跟家人聚餐、轰趴等等。 在不同疫情的演变的时期，无论我们怎么推进，你会发现的是，所有的事情都跟我们的家紧密的连在一起。怎么说呢？我们可以分享一个从我们所有销售的类别来看，你会发现的是，从2020年一直走到2021年的目前，前3大成长比例非常高的销售品类，第一个是 Home and Living， 也就是我们的居家餐厨系列。你开始自己煮了，所以你对于你烹饪的器具、用餐的碗盘、摆饰，甚至是每天3餐上需要吃的不同的面食也好，或者是小点心也罢，对于这样子的关注增加了，需求也增加了。因此，在这几个不同的商品类别上面，我们观察到了非常明显的成长。第二个，从外部的数据上面，我们也发现了一个很有趣的现象。大家都常常说，我们在购物的时候最重要的是什么？最重要的是所谓的 CP 值。从前针对 CP 值的探讨，针对的是所谓价格敏感的问题。我可以买到价值感最高的商品，通常都是以低价的概念在做考量。因为疫情之后，因为不同的跨境的商品交流，我们发现新出的 CP 值的定义，消费者买的不再只是价格考量而已，而是这个商品、这个品牌背后所倡议的所有的事情。消费者买的是我可不可以对这品牌产生高度的认同？这个品牌正在为这个世界贡献的事情，能不能够影响我，让我想要加入它的行列？所以你会看到的是，消费者不再一昧的追求这个品牌我有听过，或者是这个品牌我的朋友有推荐而已。他们没有不见，但消费者更多的关注在于，我现在做的这个消费行为，以及我现在支持这个品牌，它可以带给我什么？它可以带给我跟着一起改变世界的梦想吗？它可以给予我更多特别的体验吗？它可以丰富我的生活样貌吗？反而是现在消费者在下单购买所有商品的时候，从另外一个层面思考的一个切入点。所以你会看到的是，接下来相信在 COVID 之后，后疫情的新常态生活，特别针对消费市场，有了很多不一样的改变。怎么说呢？你可以看到的是，例如刚刚提到的品牌认同感，同样是购买一个早餐用的食品也好，你会发现，因为待在家里的时间长了，因为重视健康的意识形态越来越高涨，早餐的需求变得好重要哦，而不只是重要而已，而是怎么样吃的健康。例如燕麦奶，例如早餐的盛行，就是一个我们观察到很重要的趋势点。第二个，怎么样能够除了帮助个人的健康发展之外，对于整个地球都有更永续的影响力？我要怎么样透过对环境无害的包装也好，成分也好，来支持这样的品牌？另一个层面，我要怎么样减少塑料的使用？我要怎么样能够重复利用不同的包装，让我们所产生的每一个消费行为对于地球的影响都可以降到最低？这听起来是一个很广泛的一个价值观的倡议，但是很明显的，不管在我们从不同的主题策展的商品活动上面来看，或是从我们在内所有的销售数据来说，刚刚提到的对健康有益、对环境有益、对永续推进有益的各种商品类别，也都有很明显的成长。消费者的购物的转变形态有了不一样的考验，也因此我们在2020年一直到2021年，发现 lifestyle 的优化一样锁定了家的类别，除了活得更开心，除了可以生活得更健康，怎么样能够帮助整个地球、整个世界都可以更好，是所有消费者共同的想望。整体来说，你就会发现的是，我刚刚提到的， 早餐的意识形态越来越高涨，吃的健康变得好重要哦。不管是刚刚提到的燕麦奶，跟有机的相关的食品，都是我们看到正在上涨的趋势之一。第二个，环境永续、环境友善的议题跟相关的商品，相信在后疫情的新常态生活来说，也会是很切中消费者需求，以及让消费者对你可以直接产生认同一个很好的切入点跟产品发展的方向。第三，你会发现的是，消费者刚刚前面有提到的所谓的 CP 值，所谓的认同感。当消费者在网站浏览，在 APP 里面浏览你的商品跟你的品牌的时候，他在意的不再只是这个商品适不适合我，他可能还会有另一个更深层的考验是，这个商品能不能打动我，不管是他的消费者决策的关键之一。例如，我们可以从 Pinkoi 站内的一些相关的设计馆来为大家举例。台电文创是一个非常好的例子。刚刚提到的对环境永续的贡献，以及怎么样能够让减塑这件事情可以越来越普及化，是消费者在下单时、在购物时很重要的考量之一。台电文创一直在努力从不同设计层面来推进设计的发展，怎么样将淘汰老旧的设备结构重组，可能你平常是你再熟悉不过的电线杆等等的商品，水沟盖，它都可以透过不一样的一个从设计面的发挥，拆解它的类别，它可能变成一个杯垫、一个插座、一个创意的小物设计。这就是刚刚一直跟大家提到一个很明显的例子。台电文创背后讲的故事，依循这个故事所产生的每一个设计作品，在我们看来，都是消费者在浏览你的商品、聆听你的故事的时候，最有共鸣的一个 moment。当这样的相遇可以在 Pinkoi 上面实现，也是我们一直期待的是，从不同的面向，可以把好设计推荐给所有消费者的一个很好的关键。因此，品牌概念、品牌的故事是怎么样可以把好设计好好发扬下去，我们在后疫情的生活当中会琢磨的一个重点。很开心今天能够利用这样子一个分享的时间，来带领大家认识 Pinkoi， 知道我们正在努力的事情，以及我们正在跟设计师一起奋斗的方向。疫情影响了我们非常多，带来了很多不便与便利。你可以看到的是，除了消费形态的改变，其实另一个角度来想，数位化的发展也让我们开启了更多的可能性。总结刚刚提到的，跨越国境、跨境的这样子的界限，让我们在零售市场的体验可以有更多好玩的事情发生。同时，不管是针对数位的购物、第三方支付的兴盛等等，都为我们带来很多不一样的一个购物体验跟零售发展的契机点。不管怎么说，都希望 Pinkoi 一直在努力推动设计生态圈的这样子的信念，可以让大家都知道，甚至邀请更多人加入我们的行列。无论你是正在发展独立设计作品的设计师，或者是你正在建构你生活样貌的消费者，相信我们可以在 Pinkoi 重新有一个很好相遇的机会，也可以让我们的整个设计的能量，不管在台湾或是在其他地区，有更多更好的发挥的机会点。谢谢大家今天的时间，很开心可以来到这边跟大家分享。我是来自 Pinkoi 的 Emily， 谢谢大家。
云端厨房和虚拟餐饮集团 3Square 最近可以说是大放异彩，不仅获得了120万美元的种子轮募资，结合了美食广场加云端厨房虚实整合的概念，更是颇获好评。创办人兼执行长 Victor 周，他从小生长在一个经营跟投资40家餐厅的移民家庭。Victor 带领我们一起来分享的是如何把丰富的餐饮科技还有技术经验，对于美食的热爱转化成成功的商业模式。
Hello, everybody. My name is Victor J. Hsiao, and we are 3 Square. We are a digital food hall network and a virtual restaurant group. Just to share a little bit about myself, I've had a lot of different jobs through my 20-plus years. I've been a C-level executive at a lot of the top delivery firms out there. I've worked on Wall Street, but most importantly, I grew up in an immigrant family that owned and operated several restaurants. So this is where my passion lies, the intersection of F&B, startups, and food tech. The problem as we see it, it takes a lot of resources to start up a restaurant. And failure rate is 60% after year 1. Within 5 years, that failure rate grows to 90%. At the same time, dine-in is trending very negatively. And food delivery has grown by 50x in the past 10 years. Now, of course, this is pre-COVID. With COVID, these numbers have been decimated even further. There's really a lot of pressure for a restaurant right now. So what we want to do is offer solutions to help our restaurants not only survive, but thrive in 2021 and beyond. So 3 Square utilizes different cloud kitchen models to maximize utilization and revenue generation for us and our partners. We have 2 main business models. One is Kitchen as a Service, where we operate a network of cloud kitchens that enable restaurants to expand quickly and inexpensively. Our second business model is our own virtual brands. So we have created our own in-house virtual restaurant brands that allow for massive incremental orders and franchising opportunities. So just so we're all aligned, cloud kitchens are a very new and exciting business model that allows restaurants to expand for faster, cheaper, and better. Basically, there's a lot of lower costs when you utilize a cloud kitchen model, whether it be real estate, labor, upfront costs, and restaurants can focus on making great food for great people. Something to note with cloud kitchens is when you compare them to the traditional brick-and-mortar restaurant, margins are 7x better, at 1/13th the cost. So if you notice, labor gets reduced, rent and overhead expenses get reduced. And if you compare a traditional to 3 Square, the upfront investment is very different. Labor costs, very different. The time to launch, 3 to 6 months changes to 3 weeks. And for a successful business, the margin goes from 3 to 9% in traditional restaurants to about 20% with 3 Square. The overall business risk is very different when you work with 3 Square. So these are some screenshots we have of one of our locations. And what's interesting here is you'll notice we have not only delivery, takeaway, but we also have a small dine-in section for convenience. The other thing I'd like to highlight is we have 2 screens there, which we will allow you to see when your orders are being prepared and when they're finished for efficiency and effectiveness. We offer a lot of services to those restaurant partners that we work with. And I'll highlight a bunch of them. We have upgraded our locations with exhaust and ventilation, fire safety, electronic, gas, plumbing, all that stuff. We have spent money and time and effort to make sure that it is tip-top in good shape. On top of that, we provide the tech as well. So from the delivery tech to the POS, we're able to help them move in and start selling. After day 1, we also do a lot of marketing and analysis to point them in the right direction and help them grow their business day by day, week by week, and month by month. The other thing I want to highlight is we offer consulting services and brand development support. So we don't only help you grow your existing brands, but we help you grow new and exciting brands within your kitchen. The other part of our business is virtual brands. And basically, 3 Square has built, operated, and franchised delivery-optimized virtual restaurant brands. So our menus are designed with overlapping ingredients and the same methodology of cooking. But do understand, they are distinct, unique brands. The menus are made with delivery in mind, so they're limited. And also, in one kitchen, we are able to prepare multiple brands, and I'll go into more of that later. In our franchising, which I refer to as franchising 2.0, we are able to monetize restaurant partners' excess kitchen capacity. So what that means really is restaurants utilize existing labor, existing equipment, existing real estate, and existing utilities. So it's almost a low or even no CAPEX business model for them and for us, which is simple, flexible, and built for rapid expansion. So we have a kitchen that is only 20 square meters in size, and we are able to generate the revenue of 6 unique, distinct brands. We are able to maximize utilization in so many different ways. So, for example, from ease of preparation to scalability, we are able to design brands that really maximize output. The other thing I really want to remind something is we are able to maximize digital real estate as well. So when you think about going to a supermarket or a convenience store and you order a Coke, Sprite, Minute Maid, Fanta, you know who makes money at the end of the day? Coca-Cola Group. And they're able to take the best real estate. For us, it's the same idea. I'm also able to take up more real estate on the delivery platforms with multiple brands. Technology and data is vital for a startup. So what I want to highlight is the value that it creates is really, it optimizes operations and allows us to really grow quickly and efficiently. Not only do we have a mobile-friendly website, but we have proprietary point of sales and kitchen display systems. We are integrated with all major delivery platforms. We have remote and online on-site management capabilities. So we're able to look not only at country level, location level, kitchen level, but also brand and menu level. So we're able to look at these different things, make adjustments as we need. And really, we have real-time reporting and performance analytics, which restaurant partners truly do appreciate. So the market size is tremendous, and it's just growing. The total addressable market for the global online food delivery will be $192 billion in 2025. And I say $1 billion USD with a B. Now, 55% of that takes place right here in Asia Pacific. We launched in Taiwan under favorable conditions, and Taiwan is a huge market that has over $1 billion in food delivery last year. They do well over 600,000 a day right now. And we are about to enter into high-growth APAC neighbors. Our business model is something that we are very proud of because we have multiple income streams. Not only do we have monthly recurring payments, but we also have a percentage of sales in our kitchen-as-a-service business model. The other thing that's interesting is on our virtual brands and franchising side. We make revenues from operations, but also from franchising. And what we're able to do with group bargaining power is negotiate better deals with different partners. And that really helps not just us out, but our restaurant partners out as well. Something to highlight is we are making headlines, not just locally, but regionally and globally. A few weeks ago, one of our press releases went out, and it was carried across more than 250 channels across the world, not just in Taiwan, but also in APAC, Europe, America, etc. the milestones that we have hit and plan to hit. I'll be very quick and very simple about this. In year 1, which is this year, we plan to open up 3 locations and with 71 brands and 15 franchisees. By year 3, which is coming soon very quickly, we will have expanded into 3 to 5 markets in Asia Pacific with 24 locations, 192 kitchens, 564 brands, and 150 franchisees. We are 3 Square. Our slogan is great food made here. And the name 3 Square is based on the common English phrase, 3 square meals a day. The term square can mean honest or proper. So, a square meal means a proper and satisfying meal. And we do hope you get to have a proper and satisfying meal with us. My name is Victor. I'm the founder and CEO of 3 Square, and thank you so much for your time.
拜。